These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cybercriminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Three, two, one.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Oops, muted. Hi everyone, welcome to the Alexandria Qualifier 4. We've got, for the first tech challenge in Chesapeake, we've got many awesome teams here today. We got 22 teams that are going to be competing here for a chance at the Chesapeake State Championship. Really top tier teams, really exciting event. The way that this event is broken up is we've got 3 different cohorts of teams. Teams will play 5 matches within their cohort, and the highest seeded team will win the event. In addition to playing on the robot field, teams participated in virtual judging yesterday, and based on those results, they may earn a spot in the Chesapeake Championship. So it looks like teams are starting to load onto the field. They just had a drivers meeting where they were figuring out, okay, these are the rules, talking with the referee, making sure that they're good to go for their matches, and we're going to get into match number 1 coming up real soon. So in match number 1, we got team 10515. That's Extreme Voltage. They've been at the World Championship before. They won the Virginia State Championship in 2020, Skystone. Right before COVID shut us all down, we had a Virginia State Championship, and they were a part of the they were a part of the finalist alliance there. We got team 8535. That's Supernova. They haven't been as competitive in the past, but they got 2 qualifiers under their belt so far. putting up some pretty high scores, ending up in the 15th and 12th rank. And we got team 13071. That's the Robo Wolves from Herndon, Virginia. They've played once already this year, ranked 7th at their qualifier, so not too shabby, hoping to maybe make a run. A lot of scores above 100 points at their last qualifier. So if they can keep that up, that should be able to let them advance to the Chesapeake Championship. And we've also got Team 19753, and that's Starstruck. Rookie team. This is their first competition ever, so really excited to see how they adapt and they're able to come out from this competition. So teams are going to be loading up real soon, and then we will get underway with this match. All right, looks like teams are loaded on the field. They're just getting their last setup ready. One of the things that happens in this game, and we'll show you a little bit more about this game later on during the competition, is there's a randomization element where a die is rolled, and based on the number shown on the die, teams have to place an element in either the bottom level of their alliance hub, the middle level of their alliance hub, or the top level of their alliance hub. And if they get it correct, they get an extra bonus point. So referees are just waiting for teams to be ready, adjusting the robots, making sure that their hands are off the robot. And once that's the case, then the referees will randomize. That way teams can't just select a program based on what the randomization is. The robot has to actually detect what the randomization is and then act accordingly. Yep, so for these teams on the field, really excited to see Extreme Voltage. They've played once already at the Alexandria 1 qualifier. Don't have scores from that qualifier available, but their past has shown that they can definitely compete with the rest, and I'm pretty sure I remember watching them and they had a really, really fast robot. They're gonna definitely try to hit the Alliance hub instead of the shared shipping hub. That way, the advantage of doing that is it's gonna give them a little bit more points, with 6 points per freight scored on the top level versus only 4 points per freight scored on the shared shipping hub. Other team to watch out for in this one is going to probably be 8535 Supernovas. They are a veteran team, and you can tell that because they have a very low number. Their rookie year was in 2014, and so they've got a lot of experience under the belt. Played twice already, so they've had some time to learn more about their robot and tune their robot. And if you look at how they've done in the past, they've been at state championships in the past and have done well at them, right? So at the Virginia State Championship, 2 years ago, back when that was a thing, we're at the Virginia State Championship 3 years ago, and we're at the Virginia State Championship 4 years ago. So they have a record of getting there. Looks like teams are about to be ready. So those two will be excited to see on one alliance, and then on the other alliance you have a rookie team that's never played before. So that'll be exciting to see. Here we go, and match is underway. Looks like Red Alliance, they tried to score their freight in the top level, but weren't able to, and then crashed into each other. That was Extreme Voltage that crashed into their partner at 8535. Partial park by Extreme Voltage. 8535 seems like it just got stuck up. Didn't move. And then it looks like the rookie team, they got a full park in the zone. That's going to get them an extra 6 points.
Drivers,
All right, and that's the autonomous period. robots were fully autonomous during that. The driver would just press play, and the robot would go and do its task. Now comes the teleoperator or driver controlled period. Teams are trying to pick up those pieces of freight and score them. Looks like the referee was pointing out on the rookie team potentially pushing the Alliance hub. You can't touch that, but they did score one piece of freight in the mid goal. Extreme Voltage just dumped out two pieces of freight, probably trying to just clear a jam. Here they go. They've got one of these narrow robots that's going to try to fit in between the barrier and the wall, but they're stuck on the barrier right now. On the field, those pipes that you see is about a 2-inch tall barrier that prevents robots from climbing over, and so teams have to build a robot to specifically get over those barriers. Some teams decided, hey, we're not going to do the barriers, we're not going to climb over them, we're just going to fit in the gap between the wall and the barriers, and some teams are trying to build robots that can actually get over those barriers, and that's their strategy. So you can see Team 8535 with those big 6-inch wheels. Their entire strategy is, we're going to get over the barrier, you can't stop us if that gap between the wall is closed. We're not going to get stuck on that barrier. Our entire goal is going to be to get over it. So it looks like the rookie team 19753, they're trying to get their ducks now. They lined up at around 40 seconds, which set them up in a good position to get all 9 ducks. They've already gotten 3 so far. Let's see how many more they're able to get. Red Alliance now working on their ducks as well. They've got a little bit of a quicker spinner, but they started a little bit later, so let's see how many they're actually able to do. Blue Alliance got 3 ducks left. Are they going to be able to get all 3 before the end game? And they decide to go for the park. So if a team ends up parked in their zone, that could be worth more points than the amount of ducks that they would be able to do. So that was a smart decision done by the drivers at the end there. So we're going to have to wait. Unofficial score says 71-70. Very, very close match. Exciting to see all these teams able to come out here and perform. Alright, and so while we wait for the referees to figure out all the scoring, let's talk a little bit about some of the scoring and some of the penalties we may see. So referees are constantly looking for teams to be scoring, but also looking to see if teams are breaking the rules, which causes them to be penalized. So one of the big penalties of this game is if you touch and move your Alliance hub, so if it moves substantially, or the shared hub. And especially with the shared hub, that can even be spinning the shared hub, right? Because the shared hub, half of it is for the Red Alliance and half of it's for the Blue Alliance. If you spin it, that could cause it to be very difficult for one Alliance to score on it, giving you an unfair advantage or disadvantage. And so, looks like we may have some penalties on that because the shared hub is not in its original position. Let's take a look at the score. Yep, 85-60. You see that 30-point penalty there. That's for spinning that shared hub by the Blue Alliance. Had they not spun it, would have won them the match by 5 points. So really, I'm looking for all these teams to be able to tune up any issues that they had in the last match, because it looked like all robots weren't running at full potential there. One of the other things is, based on previous qualifiers, teams are going to need to be scoring about 150 points every match if they want to be in the top 2 or 3 seeds. And so hoping to see these teams pick up and able to go up in the rankings by scoring that 150 to 200 point range. I think 2 weeks ago we saw the Chesapeake high score of 236 points scored. That has not been broken, but it could definitely be broken today. Alright, and let's go ahead and take a look at our next set of teams. So on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 20337, Say What. They were at a qualifier last weekend. They were at a qualifier 3 weekends ago. solid team. They made the semifinals back when we had elimination matches at the first qualifier, the Glen Island, Virginia qualifier. And they were seeded 8th in the last qualifier, so in the top half of teams at the Alexandria 3 qualifier. Rookie team, this is their first year. They're doing pretty well. They've got a really solid robot, and I'm excited to see how they do here. Next up is 12518. That's Almond Robotics. One of those veteran teams that has just been around forever. Their rookie year was in 2016, so that was the game Velocity Vortex. With Almond Robotics, they have a really cool robot with like a suspension on it, and that allows them to get over that barrier very quickly. At their last qualifier, they were ranked 2nd and lost in the finals to the winners of the event. So they're looking here to maybe make a stand, show how they've tuned up their robot, made it higher scoring, and able to really pull up those rankings for this competition. On the Blue Alliance, we actually have a change of teams. 16792, that is Woodson Warriors, was not able to show up today. They're from DC, not able to show up to the competition today. So team 13071, Rebel Wolves, they played in the last match. They're going to play again in this match, just to help out. This match is not going to count for them or anything. They're going to be what's called a surrogate, but it's going to help us make sure that everyone has a partner on the field, so then the matches are fair and you aren't just running by yourself. And then finally we have team 19753, another rookie team here from Herndon, Virginia. This is their first qualifier ever. Starstruck is their name. Excited to see what they pull out. Never seen them before, so oh, they were in the last match. My bad. Saw them in the last match. They had a good strategy to get into the mid goal. I liked how they went for the ducks early in the match, and I'm excited to see if they're able to get those ducks again this time. Alright, looks like the field is ready for randomization. We got a randomization 1. That means that teams will get extra points if they score their preloaded element of freight in the bottom level of the aligned shipping hub. So let's see how that goes for teams here. Alright. Red Alliance got their duck spinning. Blue Alliance got their duck spinning. That's going to be a solid number of points for both teams. Red Alliance robot parked. Almond Robotics looking to do cycles during autonomous. They got 1 piece of freight in the bottom, so that's going to be an extra bonus for them. They tried to score 1 more piece of freight by going into the warehouse and picking up a piece of freight and scoring it in the high level. Weren't able to score that. On the Blue Alliance side, it looks like team 13701 a little caught up, but the rookie team 19753 fully parked in their zone. Nice job by them. High scoring autonomous for the Red Alliance, 44 points. Almond Robotics just climbing over those bars like they're nothing. They got 4-inch wheels on their robot, but it doesn't look like it because of that suspension that they've added. Also, they've done an awesome job collecting balls for that first part and scoring those on their top level. The balls are way less, so that makes it easier to balance the aligned shipping hub with the balls on the top. Really, really fast performance by them. On the Blue Line side, looks like Starstruck, they're about to get 1 in the mid. It bounces off. Did it get in the low? No, it did not. They're gonna try to reload. 7 pieces of freight already for Almond Robotics in the top level. Here comes the partner. Partner's about to score an 8th or 9th. Yep, there goes the 9th. Their alliance hub tips over, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to score on it. There's 11 with 50 seconds left. This could be a high-scoring match. It looks like their partner is going for their team scoring element. At the end game, teams can score their team scoring element on the top of the alliance shipping hub by capping it. And we haven't seen very much of it here in the Chesapeake region, but they look like they're getting set up to pick that up and score it. So there they go. They pick up the alliance shipping, the team scoring element. That's 13 pieces of freight scored on top of the alliance shipping hub, but the team scoring element does fall. Allen Robotics going for the ducks. Blue Alliance also has Starstruck going for the ducks. It's gonna be a race in who can get more ducks here. And that's gonna be the end of the match. Really high scoring match from the Red Alliance there. 13 blocks in the high goal, 5 ducks unofficially. We'll have to see what official scoring says. Referees just discussing, are there any penalties? Did all the scoring go through properly? Making sure that there are no issues with the teams. Matches, even though they are live streamed here and they are recorded, match video replay is not allowed to make decisions. Everything is going to be based on what the referee saw during and after the match. So they have to remember what happened. They're right now talking about a piece of freight that seemed to have rolled out of the warehouse. That's another one of those penalties. If a piece of freight rolls out of the warehouse, that can cause penalties because you are not following the warehouse operations detailed in the game manual. In order to pick up a piece of freight, you must completely enter the warehouse, pick up the freight, and then completely leave the warehouse. And only after you do that is that piece of freight eligible to be scored. So if a piece of freight just rolled out of the warehouse, that could give you penalties. So here we go, Red Alliance wins. There's the 10-point penalty probably for the piece of freight leaving the warehouse. 154 points, high score for today. Really excited to see more of Element. They got caught up a little bit during that match, but I think they can definitely score higher. Right, 80-point driver control period. If they're able to get another cycle during autonomous, that's going to put them at a 50-point autonomous. And their end game, they could have probably gotten a little bit more ducks had they spent a little bit more time on it, but I think that overall they're putting themselves in a really good position to win this competition. So in this next match, let's take a look at the teams we've got. 16792 Woodson Warriors, not here, so we've got team 12518 Alman Robotics subbing in for them. Surrogate match not going to count for them, but it's going to be exciting to see them paired with team 10515 Extreme Voltage, two top tier FTC teams getting together. On the other side, we got 20337, that's Say What. Rookie team, saw them compete in that last match with Alman Robotics. Now they'll be playing against them. And we got 8535. They played with Extreme Voltage in the first match with their 6-inch wheels, able to get over the barrier. Let's see how they do in this next match. Alright, looks like teams are getting all set up. About to put the team scoring element. If you put that team scoring element instead of a rubber duck as your identification marker for autonomous, then you can get it up to an extra 10 points if you score your preloaded piece of freight in the proper zone. All right, looks like 337. That's Say What. You can see how they line up right next to the duck spinner. That just shows me that the first thing that they're going to do in autonomous, move a little bit to get that wheel that they've got touching the duck spinner, and they're going to spin that duck to get them an easy 10 points in the autonomous period. So to determine the rankings at this event, how it works is all of your scores for the 5 matches that you play are added together, and whoever has the highest cumulative score wins the event. So as we get closer to the finals, or the final match for all of these teams, we're going to be able to tell what score do they need to get to end up in a certain ranking. And this is only cohort 1. We're also going to have cohort 2 and cohort 3 come on the field and play their 5 matches, so anything could really happen throughout the day. Randomization is selected. It's the bottom level. Let's see if teams are able to score in that bottom level. Alright, looks like referees off the field. Let's get this match underway. There we go. Elman Robotics gets a bottom level. They're going to go into cycle. You can see Extreme Voltage. They got a duck. They spun it up. Say What also spun up their duck. They're fully parked. Elman Robotics misses their piece of freight. Extreme Voltage trying to go for that park. You also got 8535 parked in the warehouse. High scoring auto from both sides. 42 points unofficially, 52 points unofficially for the Red Alliance, 14 points for the Blue Alliance.
Drivers,
now we enter the teleoperated period.
3, 2, 1.
Elman Robotics just going for that Alliance hub. Looks like their partner is getting in the way. That's going to be very difficult. Extreme Voltage also just dumped out a piece of white freight, which rolled out of the warehouse, causing a penalty to likely be incurred. Right? When you have 2 high-scoring teams, sometimes they can get in the way of each other, and that can be an issue. Extreme Voltage also just scored a piece of freight on the opposing side's Alliance hub. So that also is an issue. There goes another piece of freight rolling out of that warehouse. They're just not able to pick up freight effectively here. Elman Robotics doing well picking up all those balls that have rolled out, but each of those balls that have rolled out of the warehouse are going to be a penalty. So sure, they are able to score them a lot faster, but in the end they're going to be penalized for it. Extreme Voltage misses one. I'm worried about 20337. Say What? They haven't moved this entire match. Maybe they're waiting to just set up for ducks, but they're just sitting around there. Or they might be waiting to set up for capping an endgame. 30 seconds left. Here starts our endgame. Red Alliance just not worried about the ducks. I don't know how wise of that is. The ducks are worth a lot of points and you can score them very quickly. Blue Alliance just spun 2 of their ducks off of the ramp, but they can try those again. 20337 trying to go for the cap. They've got an element in their grasp. See if they can lift it up and score it. They were not able to. So it's going to come down to the Ducks on this one. Looks like a lower score than last time for Element Robotics. Extreme Voltage just kept on getting in their way. A lot of penalties going to be incurred here. Let's see what the referees say as they're scoring. Alright, scores are here. 182 points by the Red Alliance. High score for the day, 10 points in penalty, probably for some freight operations. Blue Alliance, 82 points. They got a 10-point penalty for touching their controllers after the randomization was completed. Solid scores by both teams. 182 points, pretty high score, but I think that can be beat by Element Robotics here, right? There was not a significant amount that showed me that Extreme Voltage. It seemed like the two robots were getting in the way of each other, and with some driver practice and some tuning today, they could definitely improve. So here we go, qualification match number 4. 13071. We just saw them on the field. They've played now three matches in a row. No, we did not just see them on the field. They played the surrogate in qualification match 2. They're going to be playing in this match. With Say What, we've now seen them 3 matches in a row. They're going to be trying to cap at the end. Element Robotics again, excited to see them, and they're going to be paired with Supernova. It'll be interesting to see how they're able to work with each other, because both of these robots climb over that barrier. And so just making sure that they don't get in the way of each other and they work together rather than separately is going to be critical. Alright, looks like teams are all getting lined up. Teams are guaranteed 5 minutes between matches, so if they're playing back-to-back matches, they can ask for that full 5 minutes to fix up their robot to make sure that it's fully up and running. So that's what I think we're going to be seeing from some of the teams here. Alright, looks like this match is underway here. Alman Robotics doing a different auto. They score one duck. They miss their scoring element, their freight, but they just keep on spinning that carousel. They're going to get the park there. Not trying to go for another cycle like they did last time. A 137071 trying to move around. Looks like they're disoriented. Same with team 8535. Lower scoring auto than we've seen in the past. Some mistakes by the teams, but here they go in the driver control period to try to fix some of those mistakes and able to make up some of those points back.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, and in this teleoperated period, it looks like we got some penalties on the Blue Alliance. Even though Alman Robotics has gotten 5 on that high goal, they still are showing up as a negative points, which is definitely causing them to be a little bit set back. Alright, Alman Robotics still going to score up in the high. Being told that the blue has had a minor penalty for controlling 2 freight at a time and a major penalty for scoring 2 freight at one time. Definitely, you are only allowed to control or hold 1 piece of freight at a time, so that is going to be problematic for them. They're at 22 points. Alright, and that's going to end the match. Definitely a lower scoring match for Alman Robotics there, but overall, still a solid match. Yeah, unofficial score saying 96 to 92, really close match. You can see that by the Red Alliance tipping that Alliance shared hub in their favor. That gives them a 20-point bonus, which is going to be huge in this match. 20 points is approximately 20% of your score. That's not an insignificant amount of your score when you're hitting 100 to 150 points. Alman Robotics 12 in the high goal. That's a little bit lower than what they got in their first match with 13, but still really solid performance, at least compared to what we've been seeing in previous Chesapeake events. Alright, referees just tying up their score. Another advantage that the Red Alliance had here is that their Alliance shipping hub was upright. That gives them another 10-point bonus. That offsets their 10-point penalty. Blue Alliance still takes it 96 to 92. 50 points of penalties on the Blue Alliance, really hurting them there. Not what you want, right? 50 points of penalties, that's like a third of their score that got subtracted. They would have been on 146 points had they not gotten that. That's Overall, strong performances by both teams, though. I think that cutting out those penalties really important if you want to be successful in this game. We're on to qualification match number 5. This is going to be the halfway point for this cohort. Each cohort will have 10 qualification matches. We got team 8535 subbing in for team 16792 in this match. Joining them will be 13071 Rebel Wolves, and then on the opposite alliance will be 19753, the rookie team Starstruck, and 10515 Extreme Voltage. We've all seen these teams. Let's see if Extreme Voltage can get that intake fixed up, and let's see how 8535 is able to get over those barriers. Yep, that's Supernova from Reston, Virginia. They're going to be subbing in. So if you are looking for your own for the results of any competition, results from this competition happening today, rankings, stuff like that, if you go to our website at events.firstchesapeake.org, you'll be able to pull up all the rankings, all of the event results, and that will make it easier for you to see what is going on and how teams are doing. You can also see an archive of all of our previous events on the Orange Alliance or on events.firstchesapeake.org. Oh, there are 4 cohorts, 9 matches except for the last match, the last one, which is 10. My apologies. I thought that there were only 3. Yep, and it looks like we're only gonna have 9 matches, so we're about halfway done. We're gonna be a little bit more than halfway done after this match. Team just setting up on the field right now. So if you are interested in seeing who's going to be playing when, you can definitely take a look at Events Software Chesapeake. And if you want to see an archive with some statistical analysis of each event, you can go to theorangealliance.org, and they've got some really cool statistics. That's where I've been pulling a lot of the statistics and a lot of the history for this competition. Like I can see at the Alexander 3 qualifier, which happened last weekend, the average score was 97 points. So looking to be a little bit higher than that today. And they had a qualification match high score of 200 points. So hopefully we can hit 200 or even get a little higher. I think Element Robotics has the scoring capabilities to do it. We'll see if they're able to pull something like that off. Alright, looks like all teams are set up, referee on the field, about to get ready for randomization. Alright, and let's get this match underway. Starstruck, they got the duck and scored 1. Blue Alliance, Extreme Voltage, they get 1 in the mid goal. That's exactly what the randomization is, so that's going to get them a 20-point bonus because they used a custom element that they had to detect. That's going to be worth a lot of points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Alright, and that's going to be the end of the autonomous period.
1.
Let's head into this teleoperated period. 31 points by the Blue Alliance. lot of those points coming from that piece of freight that they scored in the middle goal. Looks like a duck wasn't counted. We'll have to talk to the referee about that, since I would expect them to have a little bit of a higher score, since they did score on a duck and autonomous. Extreme Voltage going, intaking. They look like they're picking up pretty well. Looks like they have trouble with like packed blocks, but any blocks that are like separated, they seem to be doing well. A535, they're the ones with the big wheels. They're clamping blocks. They're trying to clamp some balls, having a little bit of trouble. There they go. They got one in the high goal. That tips over the Red Alliance hub. With 60 seconds left, looks like some teams may be lining up to do ducks. That way they don't get in the way of their partners. We can see that from 13071. They're trying to set up for ducks right now. They're just going to stand there and wait until the end game begins. You can't touch those ducks until the end game begins. You can't touch that carousel. But once that does begin, it's fair game. So looking at it, looks like Red Alliance is going to try to take that shared shipping hub. It's uncontested right now. They just need another block on there, and it will be theirs, and that gives them a 20-point bonus, plus 4 points per block on that shared shipping hub. They're just having some trouble getting a block out accessible for their robot. Ducks being scored on both sides. 101 point unofficial score Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance seems like they finished all their ducks. That's going to be really, really high score for them. Both robots fully parked at the end of the match. Unofficial 131 points. Alright, we got a score from the match. 151 points to the Blue Alliance. That puts Extreme Voltage in the #1 seed. 56 points by the Red Alliance. No penalties. We love to see that. That's what really sets apart the good teams from the great teams. Not getting penalized in this competition. So Extreme Voltage does take the #1 seed. They have, however, played more matches than 2 other teams here. So right now, Alman Robotics still has a 3rd match to play, and so does RoboWolves. So if those 2 teams are able to score a little bit higher in this next match, that could lead to Extreme Voltage being pushed down to the #2 or #3 seed. And speaking of which, we've got both Alman Robotics and RoboWolves playing here in this next match. They're going to be paired up together on the Red Alliance with Team 20337 Say What on the Blue Alliance with, let's see who we have subbing in for the Woodson Warriors. Give me 1 second. We're just figuring out who's going to be filling in for the Woodson Warriors. We got Team 19753 filling in for the Woodson Warriors. That is Starstruck, the other rookie team. Excited to see the 2 rookies clash. Starstruck's been putting up some good blocks in the middle goal. They've been getting 2 to 3 every match, but hopefully they can help out that alliance. Alright, team's just setting up, making sure that the robots are properly lined up. One of the rules with lining up robots is teams are not allowed to have any alignment devices built into their robot. Their robots must fit inside of an 18-inch sizing cube while they are lining it up. So if they have like anything to line themselves against the wall or something, it needs to fit inside that 18-inch sizing cube that their robot already has to be inside of. Makes it a little bit difficult to like line up in any particular way, so you'll see a lot of robots start square up against the wall, and that way they can always start in the same position every single time. Alright, teams look like they're all set up. Referee asking them, making sure that they're okay, ready to randomize. Alright, we got a top level randomization. That's the highest scoring randomization because any points that are scored in the top level during autonomous also count as a top level piece of freight during teleop. So teams could get a lot of extra points by, they could get up to 4 extra points by getting a top level versus a lower level. So here we go, Alman Robotics. Getting that top level, that's going to get them the bonus as well. They're going to try to go in for another cycle. Here they go. They got one. Oh, second one just bounces off. Ends up in the zone. In the floor zone. I forget what it's called. That's going to be worth some points for them. Because any freight scored in that floor zone is worth points. Got a partial park on red and a full park on red. Blue Alliance not able to score anything besides that duck, and get a full park and a partial park.
Controllers. 3, 2.
Here we go. Alman
1.
Robotics going to be completely unimpeded in this match. Their partner is just going to try to work on getting their team scoring element picked up, if I remember correctly in terms of their strategy. Alright, 82 points already for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, looks like one bot's just gonna wait for the Ducks the entire match. Starstruck, the rookie team, they just picked up a ball, they've got it in their hopper, and they just pushed out a bunch of freight out of their warehouse. That's gonna be a lot of penalties on them. Hopefully it doesn't hurt them too badly, but... Alman Robotics got 9 up there, 10 up there. Little jam up there. Here they go, 11. They're now stacking the blocks on top of each other to make them fit in that small upper level. 12. 42 seconds left. Are they going to go for the Ducks or are they going to try another cycle? Ducks are worth exactly the same number of points as each piece of freight in that top level. 30 seconds left. They change their mind. They go in and then they go out, and now they're in the warehouse during the end game. This is valuable time that they could be spending on the Ducks. Looks like their partner is going for the Ducks. They aren't doing any Ducks. We could see a record for the number of blocks on top. Looks like they've balanced their hub last minute. It seems to be rotating around. Referees will have to make the final decision. It could be balanced, it could not be. Looking at the other camera views, it looks like it's not balanced, but referees will have to decide that. 15 scored in the top by Elman Robotics. We got at least 4 ducks. It looks like a little bit more for the Red Alliance by their partner. And then on the Blue Alliance, it looks like 8 ducks. Pretty high score on both sides here. We'll have to wait for the referees to make their decision. Up, and it looks like we lost connection to the site. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Oh, it's back. Yep. A score of 172 points to 56 points. That puts Alman Robotics in first. And 13071. They get into the 5th place instead of being in 7th place. 30 points of penalties on the Blue Alliance for having all those pieces of freight come out of the warehouse. Teams have got to watch out. They can't just ram into that warehouse. They have to be very precise and calculated when they go into the warehouse and try to pick up freight from there. Alright, next match. We got Supernova and Starstruck together. Big Wheels with the rookie team with a big hopper. And then we got Alman Robotics and Extreme Voltage together again. We saw them play together earlier when Alman Robotics was a surrogate. Now they're going to play together where it actually counts for both of them. Let's see. It looks like both of them have been playing a little bit better since then, getting that tuning in, getting that practice in. So I'm excited to see. Maybe we could see a high score between the two of them, especially since they have such a high scoring autonomous between the two of them. Alright, team's just loading onto the field. I think that's the 4th team just getting onto the field. They're going to be setting up their robots and then the randomization will occur. Alright. Teams all loaded up. Final adjustments, just making sure that they're all lined up properly. They're going to initialize their robots. Alright, and we got a lower level at randomization, slightly lower scoring at randomization. That could be 8 points lower for teams that score. Alright, and we're off and underway here. We got Almond Robotics, they're doing their ducks. Extreme Voltage got a mid-level score, so not going to count for the extra bonus, but that'll still be worth 6 points for getting it on there. Almond Robotics got the low-level score. Looks like we got 2 fully parked robots, one for Red Alliance, one for Blue Alliance, and a fully parked robot in the Red Alliance warehouse, and a partially parked robot for the Blue Alliance in the warehouse.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Alright, and here we go, teleoperating period. Can Almond stay away from Extreme Voltage, and will they not get in each other's way? They're running pretty smooth right now. See, there's one. There's another. Extreme Voltage gets one on the shared hub. Let's see, can they get more on that shared hub? They gotta claim that shared hub if they want that 20-point bonus. That's what's gonna help them get to the 200-point score in this match. Almond just drops one. They've balanced that shared hub now. Red Alliance trying to figure something out. Looks like Starstruck's chasing a piece of freight that just keeps rolling around. Their partner gets a block on the shared hub, tips it in Red's favor. This shared hub is going to go back and forth between the Red and Blue Alliance this entire match. Now it's balanced. See, will the Blue Alliance be able to take the shared hub back? One of the things with the shared hub is it's about what pieces of freight you put on it. The balls don't weigh that much. The blocks weigh significantly heavier, and then there's some weighted blocks that weigh even more. And so by going for those weighted blocks, you have the potential of tipping the shared hub in your favor a lot easier. Alright, Blue Alliance tips the shared hub. It looks like it might be balanced in the middle. Almond Robotics going for those ducks. Extreme Voltage still going for that shared hub. They're getting caught up on some blocks, not really able to pick them up. See, we got 10 seconds left. Will Almond get all 9 ducks? Extreme Voltage tries to toss a block on top. They don't get it. That's going to end the match. 160 points unofficially. 9 ducks by the Blue Alliance. Solid performance by Almond in getting those. Red Alliance still had a solid match as well. 6 ducks, 105 points unofficially. I don't think there were any penalties on them. We will have to see how this match ends. Alright, and here comes the score. Blue Alliance takes it 165, 20 points in penalty. Could have been 185 for them. Puts Almond Robotics in first, Extreme Voltage in second, and we've got Red Alliance taking 105 points, not too shabby of a score so far. We've seen very few scores over 100 points, and so good to see them picking up, getting 105 points. That puts them in 4th and 5th place. We got 2 matches left in this competition. Everyone has at least 1 match left to play. So far, every team besides the RoboWolves has played 4 matches. So every team will play 1 more match that counts for them, and then the rankings for this cohort will be finalized. Alright, in this match we've got Extreme Voltage with the RoboWolves and Woodson Warriors with Almond Robotics. Let's see who's subbing in for the Woodson Warriors. Still figuring out who's subbing in. These teams are going to be voluntarily subbing in. It would be just to help out another team and show some gracious professionalism, not necessarily obligated to do anything like that. And so it just whoever can help out. So Extreme Voltage and the RoboWolves are all set up. We got Almond Robotics. They've got their robot. They're just cleaning it up, making sure that it's all ready to go on competition. 8535, that's Supernova. They're going to be subbing in for this match. Big Wheels, they've been looking at doing the shared alliance hub very, very consistently to try to pick that off and get that 20-point bonus for their alliance. So if they can do that while Almond scores on the main shipping hub, that could be a high-scoring match for that alliance. So when you look at this game, there's a lot of different ways to score, and teams had to have done the analysis on what strategy is going to work best for them, right? With the Alliance Hub, the one that is colored, you can get 6 points per block in the top, 4 points per block in the middle, or 2 points per blocks in the bottom. You get an extra 10 points if you keep that standing upright. With the shared shipping hub, you get 4 points per block on it, and that's at like effectively the bottom level. So it's worth more points than a bottom level on your own alliance shipping hub, but you get an extra 20 points if you can tip it in your direction. So teams have to decide, is it worth it for me to just take those 4 points per block and just load up that shared shipping hub? That way I guarantee that I get that 20-point bonus at the end. Plus, if I don't load up my own alliance shipping hub, that means that it's going to be up right at the end of the match. That's another 10 points. So I could be getting 30 points in bonuses by just going for the shared shipping hub. Or I could decide I'm going to be able to score fast enough and make up for that 30-point bonus with the extra 2 points per piece of freight that I put on top of the line shipping hub. And the line shipping hub has a little bit more space and is a little bit easier to score on. So I'll be able to score enough to make up for that. I can score 15 blocks, which will make up for the 30-point deficit that I'll have by potentially tipping over my own alliance hub and losing that 20-point bonus in the middle. So definitely a strategy that teams need to think about. Almond Robotics clearly has thought that they want to do their own alliance shipping hub. They've been able to score 15-ish every single match, so it makes sense, right? They're giving up that 10-point bonus of it being upright, and they're giving up the 20-point bonus of tipping the shared shipping hub in their direction, but they're also making up for it through scoring on their own alliance shipping hub. Alright, looks like we got a bottom level randomization. That seems to be the most common one. Watch a lot of matches. It usually ends up bottom level. Top level seems like the least likely. Even though it's supposed to be perfectly random. Alright, match is underway here. Alman Robotics gets that bottom level. They're going for the duck. They got the duck. So that's 26 points for scoring that bottom level. Another 10 points for scoring that duck, and another 6 points for fully parked. Extreme Voltage missed the detection. They scored in the middle level, or the high level, I couldn't tell. That's gonna be not as many points, but still not an insignificant number of points.
Drivers, pick up your
Alright,
controllers.
unofficial score says 28 to 44.
3, 2, 1.
Interesting strategy here. You got Supernovas. They're going to be scoring in that Blue Alliance shipping hub. Don't know why. Alman bounces a freight off of the top of their Alliance shipping hub. Supernova just looks like they're waiting next to the ducks. But they've got their wheel spinners for the ducks on the opposite side of the robot, so they're going to need to get turned around. Oh, it looks like they're picking up a piece of freight that had... They're picking up the duck and scoring that. The duck does count as a piece of freight, so if you are able to pick up ducks and score them, that's going to be worth a lot more. Alman Robotics spinning in circles. They've got their arm extended. This could cost them the match. This could cost them the #1 seed. If they aren't able to fix it out, they are putting their controller down. I don't think that they're going to be trying for this anytime soon. Their partner is just going to do ducks. This is going to be a low-scoring match. Could cost them the #1 seed. Extreme Voltage. They've got some blocks. They've got a ball inside. A block inside. They dump it out. Extreme Voltage heading over to the ducks. Oh, they've got a ball loaded. They score that in the high goal, putting them at 6. 39 seconds left in the match. Alman Robotics back up and running. Really tight score here. 82 to 68. Red Alliance just not going for ducks. That's gonna be very costly. Extreme Voltage rushes towards the ducks, but it's probably gonna be too late. You're not gonna be able to score all 9 of them that quickly. Still 10 freight for the Blue Alliance, 7 for the Red Alliance. Close match here, but I think Blue Alliance is going to run away with it because of the number of ducks that they were able to do. That should secure the #1 seed for Alman Robotics. Alright, and here's the score. Blue Alliance takes it, 166 points, keeps Alman Robotics in first. Extreme Voltage stays in second. We've got one more match here in this cohort before we're going to switch over to cohort 2. So that's the last time that teams can shake up the rankings before they are done for the day. Teams in this cohort will also be ranked against teams in other cohorts from today at this event, so they're trying to make sure that their scores are high enough that allows them to keep in the top seeds. So far, the highest cumulative score that we've seen in the Chesapeake region is 867 points by Wizards.exe. They scored that last weekend, and looks like right now Alman Robotics is at 753 points, so that's not going to be enough to match them, about 100 points less, but still solid score. Alright, in this match we got Starstruck and Say What together, the two rookie teams that are going to be playing together against Supernova and Robo Wolves. Alright, looks like all 4 teams are on the field. Referee waiting for initializations by all the teams to put down their controllers. Alright, looks like we got another bottom randomization. But a team is touching the robot after the randomization, so we're probably gonna re-randomize here. Referee told them that it's probably not touching the wall. We need to just readjust it so then it is. Alright, still got a bottom randomization, so referee's gonna... Looks like teams are swapping out their team scoring element. Maybe they're gonna try to go for that cap. They haven't been able to do it all day, but... Alright, now we got a top randomization. Alright, looks like this match is gonna get underway soon. Here we go. That's one duck for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance also gets a duck. Full park for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance gonna try to get the full park. They drop their freight. They're partially parked in that floor goal. Supernovas also parked in the warehouse. Got a piece of freight in the bottom level, but that doesn't count for the randomization. Still gets them some points, but not as many as had they got it in the top level.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Alright.
1.
Looks like teams are now underway here. Supernova is trying to pick up some freight, throw it into that top level. There they go, another one in the top levels for the Supernovas. Say what just seems to be hanging out around the ducks. They don't seem like they're gonna do anything besides the ducks in this match. Their partner, Starstruck, got one in their hopper. They're gonna twist around that hopper, try to get it into the mid goal. See, are they able to get it in? Yes, it does land. They got one in the mid goal there. 40 seconds left. We got a robot on each side lining up for ducks. That's where a majority of the points in this match are going to come from. Looks like all 8 ducks scored by the Red Alliance. I'm surprised they're not going for a park with 2 or 3 seconds left. They could just run, get that park in, but not in their strategy. Unofficial score says tied. Blue Alliance might take it 82-79. We're gonna wait until the official score comes from the referees. Alright, and it looks like the Blue Alliance wins it 92-89. 10-point penalty on the Blue Alliance, still kept them up there 13-0-7-1. But they're going to take the number 3 seed. All the other teams will stay in their respective seeds. And that's going to end this cohort. So every team in this cohort has now played 5 qualification matches. Their scores are finalized for this event. We're going to bring in another 7 teams to come in here and play their 5 qualification matches, and based on how they do, they'll be mixed in with these teams that just played. Overall, solid scores. Excited to see Alman Robotics really pump up the score. 753 as their cumulative score, just followed by Extreme Voltage at 695. While we're waiting for the next teams to get here, the next cohort starts at 10:10. So that's the unofficial time that it's supposed to start at. So we're gonna switch over to showing you the game animation so you can understand how the game rules work, and then we'll show some sponsor slides to thank our sponsors. So if you could go ahead and cue that, we'll see you all when the next cohort begins.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver-operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot high walls. In the back of the field are taped-off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are Alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights. 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game, and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses, and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place one preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on level 3. Each freight scored on the Alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their Alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the end game. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the Alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an Alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor, that Alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element, fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your Alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing Alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing Alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing Alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
the tactical sheep, and they also have Team 11215 checksum, and along they have FRC team as well. So a lot of experience there. Their rookie year was 2016. They've got some experience, and they did pretty well at previous competitions. In Ultimate Gold, they didn't play last year in Ultimate Gold, but they did pretty well, making it to finals multiple times in the Skystone season, and even winning an event at the Annapolis 2 Skystone qualifier. Unfortunately, they did not move on to the Maryland State Championship from that. On the Blue Alliance in this first match, we're going to have 15664. That's G2C2 from St. Paul Schools for boys and St. Paul Schools for girls. From Brooklynville, Maryland. Their rookie year in 2018. They did not play last year, but they did compete in the Skystone season. Did make it to any elimination matches, but still went 5-5 in the Skystone season. Not too bad, and I'm excited to see how they're able to come together and overcome a lot of the hurdles that COVID could have been providing to them. And then finally joining them on their alliance is 16922. That's the Queen Bees. They're from Baltimore, Maryland. First season was Skystone. They competed twice in Skystone, went 5-5 as well. Did not compete last year, and then they're going to be back here this year. Excited again to see how they do in terms of overcoming a lot of the hurdles that COVID provides, right? It's very difficult for many teams to be able to meet or to get supplies with the resource shortage that we have. So just getting everything together and having a robot on the field is pretty impressive in this season. Some other teams that we're going to meet today, we got 8479, that's the RoboCavs Gold. Like I said, they were at the World Championship in the last World Championship that's happened. Made it to the semifinals, put up some pretty impressive scores there. And then last year, they had a really unique robot. They did some high scores. They were one of the only teams to score the rings from last year on the wobble goal, which was a pretty impressive feat. And then this year they're back. This is their first qualifier, so we're excited to see them there. We also got 4991, and that's the Gear Freaks. Again, this team's been around forever. 2011, their rookie year. They're from Eldersburg, Maryland. I definitely remember competing against them in my first year in FTC, and they've already competed at one event this year. They ended up in rank 13 at the Laurel 2.1 qualifier. We're going to see how they do here today. We're not picked in the Laurel 2.1 qualifier, so hopefully they can break into some of those top ranks to help them advance. They competed last year as well, competed in Skystone, and went to the state championship in Skystone. So again, another really impressive team there. We've also got team 10001. That's the RoboCavs Silver. Again, with the other RoboCavs team, they've been competing since 2015 Rescue. That was their first season. Competed last year as well, and overall just a very, very strong team. These three teams, they've probably had a lot of practice together. That's going to be something to look out for. Sure, they might not all have the same scoring capabilities. There might be some team that surprises us with really high scoring capabilities, but just having that practice together is going to be really important, and we saw it in the last cohort. When Alman Robotics played with Extreme Voltage, they just couldn't work well together because they would get in each other's ways. So having that collaboration and practice of playing together going to be crucial in seeing how the scores stack up in this event. Alright, we're just waiting for teams to get on the field. It looks like the drivers meeting is over. Teams are just getting all set up. I believe the start of matches is 10:10 p.m. or 10:10 a.m. Alright, looks like robots are starting to get set up on the field. That's going to be the last step to us getting these matches underway. I think 10:10 was our ETA for starting 10:10 right now, so team's going to get their robot on the field, that way they don't get a delay, or the match doesn't start without them. Alright, looks like we got 4 robots on the field. Just teams making their final adjustment. Just looking at these robots, 6284 looks solid. They've got a really beefy drivetrain. I think they might be trying to climb over the ridge because they've got a wide drivetrain. Other robots here look like they're a little bit on the narrow side. I can't completely tell what G2C2 looks like. They've got also a wider robot from what it looks like. Referees just seem to be getting all of their tablets done. You can see that they're holding these tablets. Those tablets are actually used to score the match in real time. That's how you're able to get an unofficial live score of what's going on. You can see exactly what has been scored, what hasn't been scored, and that's due to them in real time inputting what points have been scored. Alright, just waiting for the randomization here. Okay, so I'm just hearing from the field that there is a Wi-Fi issue with one of the robots. These robots use Wi-Fi to communicate between a phone that is with the drivers and effectively a phone that is on the robot, and those two phones talk to each other using Wi-Fi, and so just making sure that they all connect up and they're good to go, will help us make sure that all 4 robots move on the field, and we have an exciting match here. Alright, looks like that connection seems to be fixed. Students putting down their controllers, that way we can randomize the field. Alright, and here comes the randomization. It is the top level. Alright, and here we go. The blue line trying to spin that duck, red line's trying to spin that duck. Both of them miss the carousel. Don't actually spin anything. Blue lines gets a park there. Red Alliance, Robocav's push their partner fully parked. They also get parked. That's going to be worth extra points for getting their partner into the zone fully parked. Alright, now here comes the teleoperated period.
3, 2,
Yep,
1.
it looks like Robocav Silver's got like a tank tread system, allows them to get over that barrier fairly easily. They're gonna use their claw to pick up some freight and put it in, checks them, throws a block, and lands it on the opposite side of the scoring zone. That's gonna be points for the opposite alliance, not for their own alliance. Robocav's, I believe Robocav's black, having some issues grabbing onto blocks. They got one in hand. Let's see if they can score it in the high goal. Checks them, misses their ball again. They've disconnected. They aren't running. They're trying to reconnect up their robot. I can tell by the blinking codes that they have some electrical issue going on their robot. Looks like they might have been powered off or something. Robocabs drops a block again. Blue line's really... One team seems to be stuck on a block or something. Or they're gonna wait and just go for the ducks. See, no team's going for the ducks yet. Here comes Robocabs, they go for the ducks. Blue line's not going for the ducks yet. They seem to have like a hard time controlling their robot. There's one duck. There's 2 ducks for the Blue Lions. Post-match, low-scoring match. We're gonna have to see. Maybe that one piece of freight that Checksum scored on the opposing shared shipping hub could be the difference in this match. It looks like the Blue Lions is up by 3 unofficially. If they're up by less than 4, then that was the difference. Alright, and looks like the Blue Lions takes it 46-43. Yep, that one piece of freight in between that was scored onto the opposite side is the difference in this match. Teams have some time to fix up their robots. Let's take a look at the next match and who we're going to have. We're going to have 84-79. That's Robocav's Gold. Talked about them earlier. Really top tier team. Let's see if they can really bring back a lot of the strength that they had in the past. 499 won the Gear Freaks. Again, top tier team, been around forever, have a ton of experience on their belt. Excited to see these two veterans play together. RoboCavs Black, the team that just played in that last match, is going to play again. And we got 1001, that's RoboCav Silver. So 2 RoboCavs versus 1 RoboCav in this match. It'll be an exciting match here. So based on that last cohort, Almond Robotics scored a total of 753 points over 5 matches. You'll need 150 points on average in order to beat that. So in all your matches, you need to average about 150 points if you want to take the top seed. Top seed's guaranteed to advance to the Chesapeake Championship. If you want second, you'll need 695 cumulative points, so 139 point average. And if you're good with third, 528 divided by 5, that'll be 105 point average. So all the top 3 teams so far have been averaging over 100 points, and you need to be able to do that if you want to be competitive at this level. Right, teams look like they're on the field, referees off the field. We're gonna see what the randomization ends up being for this match. Looks like it's a bottom level. Alright, and teams are off and running. Wow, I don't know which team that was. That looks like RoboCavs Gold, able to get over that barrier pretty effectively. They're fully parked in their zone. 4991, the Gear Freaks, they get a properly placed piece of freight, fully parked in their zone, no duck for them. Looks like the 2 other RoboCavs team tangled up in the corner next to their warehouse. They're still going to get some points for being partially parked. That's a 42 point auto for the Red Alliance there. Really high scoring. Alright, and now the teleoperated period begins. Let's see what strategies these teams have.
2, 1.
Looks like RoboCavs is taking freight out of the zone, bringing it out fully, and giving it to the Gear Freaks like a pass-through. They're having some trouble intaking though, but this way the 2 robots don't get in each other's ways. RoboCavs Black gets one on the top. Roadhouse Gold just having trouble getting out of that warehouse. Those 4-inch mechanic wheels just not doing the trick getting over that barrier. Alright, and we're in the end game. Here comes the ducks. Gearfreak's gonna go for those ducks. Looks like they got a duck stuck in the center of the carousel. Don't know what the referee is going to say. And that ends the match. Low scoring match for both sides. I'm hearing that there was a penalty on the Blue Alliance for touching underneath the carousel. That's not allowed. You can only touch the side of the carousel according to the game manual. We're gonna wait for the official score to come in here. From what it looks like, it doesn't look like any of these teams will be able to touch the 150 points, but I'm hoping I will be surprised. 78 points to 8 points. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for a team to average 150 points if they're only scoring under 100 points in these first matches. But hopefully we will see some change and they might be able to make a run for the first shot. Yep, so just getting confirmation from the rules. You can only touch the edge of the carousel and not the top or the bottom, and the Blue Alliance touch the bottom of the carousel, leading to them getting a penalty. Alright, in this next match we got the Gear Freaks and G2C2. They're going to be paired up against Checksum and Robocav's Gold. Checksum had some robot issues in their last match. Let's hope they can get those electrical issues solved. Robocav's Gold having some issues getting over the barriers, so they might have to change their driving strategy to get around that. Gear Freaks look solid in their last match, doing a really good job with the ducks, and they're autonomous, and G2C2 also looking pretty solid. So hopefully the Blue Alliance can turn it around and give the Red Alliance a run for its money. Alright, all four robots on the field right now. Teams putting their custom scoring element on the field. Alright, and we got a middle level randomization. Refs don't need to go on the field for that. We're gonna get this match started real shortly here. Alright, looks like the Gear Freaks, they're gonna go. They got that middle level. Meanwhile, Checksum's got a full park. Gear Freak's got a full park. Robocav's Gold trying to get in, but they can't get in. Nice 32-point auto from the Gear Freaks. Their partner gets a partial park. That's going to be a solid autonomous from the Red Alliance. Alright, and now we're in the teleoperated period.
Drivers,
Unofficial
pick
score
up your
41
controllers.
to 15.
3, 2, 1.
Gear Freaks picking up the piece of freight that their alliance partner left behind. Looks like Checksum is just throwing the shared shipping hub around. They look like they're still having some disconnect issues. That's going to be a penalty that's getting counted on them. The referee counting down. That's going to make it very difficult for the opposing alliances to score on the shared shipping hub as well. Gear Freaks going in. They're trying to get a ball. Their intake has a lot of trouble picking up from that warehouse. They're much better at picking up like individual balls that are just scattered around. Gear Freaks got one. Their partner, really long linear slides by their partner. Did not expect to see that. Looks like they can move at an angle. That's 15664. That's G2C2. Unofficial score 77 to 13. And nice move there by Robocav's Black, taking the park at the end instead of the last duck. Those points will probably be worth more. This would be the first 100-point match in this cohort. We've already had 2 matches in this cohort. The first score was 43 to 46, and the second score was 78 to 8. Alright, and looks like we got our score here. End score 121 to 37. 30 points of penalty on the Red Alliance, probably for pushing around that shared shipping hub. That's going to boost up 4991 the Gear Freaks into 8th place, and 15664 G2C2 into 9th place. So I'm being told that the penalty for jamming the shared shipping hub was not given because they were disabled. Still waiting to hear back on what the penalty was for. While we're waiting to hear what that penalty was for, let's introduce our next teams. We got RoboCav Silver paired up with Checksum, and the Queen Bees paired up with RoboCavs Black. Really important that Checksum gets their electrical issues solved, right? 2 matches now in a row, we've seen them end up in very vulnerable positions, trying to score on that shared shipping hub and not being able to do it properly because they keep on disconnecting. So really hoping that they're able to fix up their bot, get it up and running. They've got 3 matches left, so it's still time to make an impact. So I'm hearing that the penalty in the last match was for Checksum pushing the shared shipping hub. They got 1 major penalty for that. They would have gotten a penalty for jamming it in a position where it was tipped over, but they did not get that because they were disabled due to electrical issues, and the refs were being a little bit lenient. Alright, and looks like we got a bottom selection for the hub. None of these teams so far have been able to get it. The only team in this cohort has been able to get it is Gear Freaks. Let's see if that will change in this match. Alright, and this match is underway. Checksum looks like they're stuck on their alliance on their team marker. Just barely missing. RoboCav's Black barely missed the Ducks. They start climbing into their zone. They get caught up on some team scoring element. Neither team on the Red Alliance partially parked. This is the first 0-point autonomous I think we've seen all day. Alright, and now the teleoperated period begins.
Pick up
We
your
got
controllers.
RoboCav Silver paired up with Checksum.
3, 2, 1.
RoboCab's black, climbing over that barrier with ease. They're gonna line up and try to pick up a cube. Exum again having some technical issues. Their driver's playing around. RoboCab Silver having some technical issues. They haven't moved. Oh, there they go. They've got some motion, but they look like they're stuck on the barrier maybe. Trying to do like a push up to get them off that barrier. Alright, and here comes the ducks. Only one piece of freight scored in the entire teleoperated period. It's like RoboCab's black is trying to go for a cap instead of doing the ducks. Interesting decision considering the cap is only worth 15 points, while each duck is worth 6 points each. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's the end of the match. Right, referees just tallying up the score. There was one minor penalty on the blue lines for touching their controls during the randomization. That could be the difference in this match. Wins and losses also don't really matter. Sure, like, winning is great, but in the ranking system, wins and losses are not counted at all. It comes down to how many points you score, and the tiebreaker is how many points you score during the autonomous period. So if you are playing for a win, you might try to stop the other team from scoring points, but that's not going to help you actually get higher ranking. Getting a higher ranking depends on you scoring the most amount of points that you can. Some deliberation going on with the referees. They're trying to figure out and make sure that they get all the scoring proper. There have been some more Wi-Fi issues at the venue. There's usually a field technical advisor at the venue to make sure that these Wi-Fi issues do not happen, so we might have to spend some time making sure that that all gets fixed up. So while we're waiting for these scores to come in and to figure out all the Wi-Fi issues, a couple things that I think First has done a really good job at, and just an intro for those of you who are new to this kind of stuff. This is the First Tech Challenge competition. First Tech Challenge is a robotics competition for, oh, here's the score. Red Alliance takes it 16-9, 10-point penalty making the difference there. That was for touching the controls after the randomization. So First Tech Challenge is a robotics competition for students from grades 7 through 12, and it is part of the progression of First robotics programs. So there's First LEGO League Explore, which is for like kindergarten to 3rd grade, First LEGO League Challenge, which is like 3rd through 8th grade, there's First Tech Challenge, which is 7th through 12th grade, and then there's First Robotics Competition, which is 9th through 12th grade. And we're in the First Chesapeake region here, so this is teams from Maryland, DC, and Virginia. And a big part of this entire program is both getting hands-on experience applying STEM skills. Oh, we got a rescore. Blue Alliance takes it. That's going to be a 10-point swing. There was 10 points that just weren't counted. So Blue Alliance is going to continue to take it 19-16. Right, so there's this program's all about not only learning how to apply technical skills, so like math, physics, computer science in a real-world sense, right? Building a robot takes a lot of integration and understanding how things work. And by learning the math and physics theory in class, you don't always understand why things act the way they do. And so by building a robot, you get a lot of that real-world experience, which is really valuable. First also values gracious professionalism, which is working your hardest and competing your hardest, but also being gracious and professional with those around you. So I know many of my friends did First Robotics and I competed against them plenty, but also trying to help them out. So like in the pits, definitely ran into teams that had broken robots and I would definitely go and help them. And I think in multiple matches, I lost matches because I helped out a team that ended up beating me. But that's what it's all about. It's all about doing your best, but helping everyone else do their best as well. And so in this program, there's a lot of really cool opportunities for students. There's internships that are available specifically for this program. There are scholarships available to schools specifically for students in this program. And there are a ton of other opportunities, like getting to meet with industry professionals, getting to meet really cool people at career fairs, going to college fairs specifically for this program. I know I'm currently at a college that offered a scholarship for First Robotics students. I've had a lot of connections that I've made through this program and gotten internships from those connections. So it's a really valuable program and it gets really hands-on, which is why many people strongly believe in this program. So in addition to what we're seeing here on the robot side, there's also going to be a judging side. All the teams went through a judging process yesterday. So they went through a virtual judging where they talked about their team, their robot, and their community outreach. So a big part of First Robotics is giving back to the local community. Many of the students in this program are very fortunate to be able to get this sort of hands-on education, and giving back and passing that forward to the next generation is really important. So if you talk to any of these teams, a lot of them will have worked with other younger teams, volunteered at competitions, and just tried to give back to the STEM and local community. And so there are like 7 judged awards that judge a variety of different categories, with the highest award being the Inspire Award, which is the team that is a role model team and is strong contender in all the other award categories. So you'll see on Tuesday there's going to be an award ceremony where all the teams that win awards will be recognized, and the teams that win on the robot competition will also be recognized. All right, we've got our randomization here. Seems like a bottom level randomization. Alright, and we are underway here. Looks like there's going to be a penalty on the Red Alliance for touching the bottom of the carousel. The referee is pointing it out to them right now. They were not able to spin the duck off. We got a partial park by RoboCab Silver in the warehouse. There goes a full park by G2C2, I believe. But they knocked 3 pieces of freight out of there, so that's going to be 3
Drivers, pick
minor
up your controllers.
penalties on them.
3, 2,
So unofficial score has them at
1.
-20. Here comes RoboCab's gold. They're stuck on the pipes, they can't get over. RoboCab Silver knocking into their own hub. They're trying to score some stuff, but not able to do so successfully. A really low scoring match here, -10 to 8 unofficially. RoboCabs just barely miss getting a piece of freight on the shared shipping hub. They really want to tip it in their favor. They're stuck. Here comes the end game. Red Alliance looks like they're getting their ducks. So I've been told that in the autonomous period, only a warning was given for ducks, not ducks, the robot touching the bottom of the carousel and not the edge of it. That's going to be the end of the match. A lot of ducks on the Red Alliance, that's going to be the bulk of their score. Alright, looks like we've got this next match ready. We got 10001. They're going to be playing with 11215. 10001 is RoboCav Silver and 11215 is Checksum. We've also got 16922, the Queen Bees, playing with 6284, RoboCav's Black. This is match number 13. We're going to be playing until match number 18. And then we will have another cohort change. Alright, looks like all 4 robots are on the field. Referee's just checking to make sure that teams are initialized, won't touch their robots again. Looks like it's a bottom level randomization. Teams are going to try to score their preloaded piece of freight in the bottom level to gain extra points. Alright, and the match is underway here. We got a Red Alliance spinning the duck. That's the first duck we've seen in this cohort for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance robots run into each other. That's going to be an issue because Gearfreak's known for being able to get that 26 points by scoring their piece of freight in autonomous on the right level. Not going to get that. We got a partially parked and a fully parked robot for Red Alliance. Blue Alliance looks like they're going to be at 0 points at the end of this autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And here comes the driver control period.
2, 1.
Gearfreak's getting a block delivered to them by RoboCav's Black. They're going to try scoring that on the high gold. They get it on there. Cav's Black bringing them another block. See, can they pick this one up? They got it in their grasp. That's another one on there. Now they've got a ball. These balls are hard to get at. They like to roll around a lot. Last ball bounced around. This ball also bounces around. Goes back into the warehouse. Unofficial live score 40-14. Red Alliance also got 2 blocks up there. They're lined up for the Ducks in 7 seconds. Blue Alliance got no one lined up for the Ducks. Gearfreak seems to be inching closer. Gearfreak's now moving towards the Ducks. And that's going to be the end of the match. Duck's probably going to make the difference here. Red Alliance definitely was really strong, but so was Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also has the shared shipping hub. Alright, and there's our score, broke 100. Uh, 109 to 66. Solid performance by both alliances. 10 points of penalties for both alliances, probably for warehouse operations. Right, autonomous for the blue alliance, really what set them back. They were back 23 points in that. They need to get their autonomous working, right? A 0-point autonomous is just like, you could move forward and get a partially parked robot. So just making sure that you coordinate your autonomous with your partners, that's how you're going to get those points. Alright, in this match, qualification match 16, we got Robocav Silver, G2C2 versus Checksum and Gear Freaks. We got 3 matches left here in this cohort. Qualification match 16, 17, and 18, and then we will hop off and rejoin at around 12:30 when cohort number 3 will begin. Alright, and here we go, top level randomization. Gear Freaks, only one here that's been able to get those randomizations, so let's see if they can get this top level for potentially 32 points in the entire match. Gear Freaks detects their marker. Let's see. They go up and they score top level. That's going to be a lot of points for them. They're going to now try to do a full park. Let's see if they count as fully parked. Their partner checks them, went for a full park in the warehouse. Not much movement from the red alliance. Got a partial park there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
G2C2 with their long slides trying to deposit that first mineral, or first piece of freight. They got it on there. Checksum, they've got one loaded. They're going to try to go in the shared shipping hub. They miss. Gear Freaks gets one. They're going to have to go into the warehouse. They don't like going into the warehouse. Checksum trying to be very careful and not throw that mineral. They got that piece of freight. They got one on top. Gear Freaks got another. It's 3 up for them. Checksum throws one onto the opposing alliance, tips it in their favor. They get one more, but it's still tipped in the favor of the Red Alliance. This is going to be really tough to come back from if 20-point penalty. Gear Freak starts knocking into their own Alliance hub. Close to knocking it over, but got lucky there. 3 pieces of freight on top of each one, but the Red Alliance hub is balanced. Blue Alliance hub does not look balanced. Red Robot's going for that thing. Blue Robot just getting in each other's way, trying to spin the ducks. Checksum seems like they're dead in the water again. Gearfix is trying to do the ducks because Checksum could not. And that's going to end the match. Alright, and here's the score. Blue Line takes it at 61 to 45, 10-point penalty, probably for warehouse operations. Lucky break for the Blue Lines. That was a very close endgame, especially with that center hub being tipped. Alright, we've got 2 more matches here. Coming up in this next match is Team 15664. That is G2C2 with 6284. That is RoboCav's Black. 4991. That's the Gear Freaks are going to be paired up with 10001. That's RoboCav's Silver. While we're waiting for teams to get set up, I know there might be some alumni watching this. Just because like you graduate first, or there might be some seniors even watching this, right? Just because you graduate first doesn't mean that it has to be the end of engineering, right? You can do engineering in college. You can come back and volunteer like I did. One of the fun activities that I do in college is I'm a part of our electric motorsports team. I have my Olin Electric Motorsports hoodie. Pretty much we build a Formula race car that is 100% electric. And so you can still continue a lot of these engineering experiences that you get in first, but also start giving back. So like I mentor the team that I was on, Wizard Side EXE. They've been around this is their 7th year, and I've had a ton of fun mentoring them these past 2 years. I mentor some teams in my local area now that I'm in Massachusetts. I'm in college now at Olin College of Engineering, and so I'm able to volunteer at some of the events in Massachusetts. I'm volunteering here at some Chesapeake events, and it's just a great way for me to give back. And so as a senior, I highly recommend you stay involved with FIRST after you get out of the program. Try to continue some engineering stuff if you enjoyed it. If you didn't, that's the beauty about FIRST, right? It's not just the engineering skills that you learn, it's also the soft skills, right? Each team creates a business plan, so learning about how to run a business, learning how to get sponsorships, learning how to communicate. All these things are important, and so I highly recommend staying with the skills that you find passionate about first and trying to give back to the community. Alright, looks like this match is going to get underway. Gear Freak scanning, detecting. Let's see if they get it. Yep, they got a low level. Full park for their partner. Gear Freak sets a partial park. That's still going to be a pretty high scoring auto for both alliances, with the Red Alliance getting the Ducks.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Alright, and here comes the teleoperated period.
1.
Robocab's black trying to pick up a piece of mineral. It's wedged against the wall, so that's going to be really hard for their claw to get around. Gear Freaks, they've got one loaded. See, they're going to climb over. They get in that high goal. Robocabs gets theirs. They get in the low goal. It bounces on the ground and lands in the low goal. That's still going to be worth 2 points. Looks like G2C2 is trying to pick up some freight that's in between the shared shipping hub and the wall. Robocab Silver knocks the shared shipping hub a bit. We'll have to see if the refs will let a penalty. Alright, looks like teams are going to get ready for their ducks. 30 seconds left in the match. Duck falls off for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance strong at their ducks. They've already gotten 3. Red Alliance still has yet to get 1. They just get there first. Red Alliance gets their second. Blue Alliance really acing these ducks. They're going to get 7 ducks unofficially. We'll have to see what their final score comes out to be. Alright, and it looks like Blue Alliance takes it 91-55, 20 points in penalty. Again, probably for warehouse operations. I'll see if I get any other reason. Still 91 points, not too shabby. We got one more match left in this cohort, and then we will take a break and have a lunch break, and then we will go back to cohort number 3, which will start at 12:20. 12:20 is the start of the first match for cohort number 3. Alright, in this last match we got the Queen Bees paired up with Checksum and 2 Robocavs Gold and Silver paired up together. This is going to be their last push to make some changes to the rankings. Right now it looks like let me pull up the rankings. Looks like all of the teams in this cohort are going to be lower ranked than all the teams in the previous cohort. Just a little bit lower scoring cohort. And when you have partners that are a little bit lower scoring as well, that's going to make your score not as great. Gear Freaks is right now at the top of this cohort at 417 points after 5 matches. I don't think that any other team in this cohort will be able to catch them, but we'll see if they can. Hey,
yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Through a different audio source for me. Perfect. There, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are these teams this morning, huh?
Had a lot of strong teams in the first cohort. Allen Robotics really took it by storm. 760 something points total.
60. Wow.
Yeah, 753 was their total over 5 matches, averaging 150 points per match.
That is fantastic, yeah. And to be able to consistently get that many points across those 5 matches really says a lot about the team and the alliance. So we've got a match going on right here in Alexandria. We've got a duck being spun on the blue side. Looks like red tried to get a duck spun, didn't quite connect. We've got 1 blue robot partially parked in the warehouse, 1 red robot fully parked in the warehouse. Let's see if we can get any more action in these last 7 seconds. Robots seem to have come to a standstill.
Yeah, interesting. Watch 11215. They've been having a lot of technical issues. Really hoping that in this last match they can get those technical issues
pick up your
resolved.
controllers.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2.
They've got that unique X drive chassis, it looks like, or maybe that's the Kiwi drive with the 3 wheels.
It's got 4. It's got 4.
It's got 4. All right, so that's going to be the X style drive or the O style drive with Omni wheels. Not a lot of Omni wheels being used this season. Definitely a lot of Mecanum wheels for their ability to go over the rails. So we've got some action going on top of the blue shipping hub. A couple of blocks up there in that top level. A little bit of a nudge by their teammates. You wanna avoid that. Nothing going on the shared hub right now though. So there's a lot of point potential there that could be gained by either side for tipping that over. About halfway through the match, so still plenty of time to sway that either way.
Yeah, Checksum's usually the one to go for it, but in the past they've been having a lot of issues landing freight on the opposing side.
Yeah.
Points for their opponent. Really tricky to get freight on there properly.
Absolutely.
Robocav's Gold may go for a cycle on it right here. They look like they're lined up to just back up straight onto onto the shared hub, but they've got a ball in hand. Balls are just not as heavy, so.
That's exactly right. I found out that one heavy block placed at the very edge is guaranteed to tip it every time. We got one more ball, up on the blue Alliance hub. We've got red ready to spin ducks. We've got blue spinning them now. It's going to be a mad dash to try to even up that scoreboard in these last 30 seconds. Looks like a little bit of action going towards the shared hub, but not quite connecting. We've got 10 seconds left. Those ducks are falling off. We've got a blue robot making a dash to get inside the warehouse as time is about to expire. A nice solid match by the two teams. A great way to round out this first cohort. All right. 76-75, a very close match according to the preliminary scores here. So
Yeah.
wait for the referees to finalize those.
One of the highest scoring matches we've had in this cohort. It's that 8 ducks to 5 ducks that could be the difference, right? That's 18-point swing right there.
Here we go with the final results. The Reds have it with the 1-point win, 76-75. Everybody moves up in the rankings as a result of this. And yeah, exactly like you were saying, those ducks in endgame, 64 compared to Blues 36.
Also, the 1 point that made the difference in this match is 1 point in driver control period. The only way you can get 1 point in driver control period is if you score one piece of freight in your floor goal. So the Red Alliance at 1 point during their match accidentally scored a piece of freight in their floor goal, and that was the difference in this match.
Accidentally? No, that was their plan from the get-go, Sean.
Yeah, just went it there.
Yep, they knew it was there.
Cool, so that's going to wrap up our coverage of cohort number 2. We're going to take a small break, but before we take that, we really want to thank all the volunteers and sponsors that we have running this event. No way that we could run an event like this without all the volunteers. We're all doing this for free, not getting paid. This is like what we like to do in our free time, trying to help these students out. So thank you to all the volunteers that are behind camera, judging, refereeing, all that. And then a big thank you to our sponsors. There's no way that we could do any of this without them. They are what makes this program happen. So let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of videos from our sponsors and some highlight videos from First Chesapeake.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
First is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Cannon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Canterbury Junior's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a FIRST Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
FIRST Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with FIRST Chesapeake when my two sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and FIRST Chesapeake specifically, It's a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trade craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
Four eager 7th graders ready to explore what participating in STEM activities had to offer. From unboxing their first kit of parts and learning how to program Hello World using Java, to building their first drivetrain and qualifying for states, this like-minded group of students learned far more in 4 years than they could have ever imagined.
We are Team 12847, and this is our story. The FIRST community is unlike any other we have ever been a part of. Never have I seen so many individuals in one room, all driven by the same goal: to innovate, engineer, and lead.
Participating in FTC taught me to be a gracious professional and work hard while giving back to my community. I apply the knowledge I have acquired from being a part of FIRST in my daily life, and it continues to shape who I am as a person. Even amidst a global pandemic, FIRST Tech Challenge inspires and motivates so many individuals around the world. FTC provides students with the skills necessary to become the leaders of tomorrow.
FIRST prepares students for the world. When students participate in FIRST, we develop skills in science, technology, engineering, and math, as well as communication and collaboration. We are innovators, creators, and community builders. We are equipped to handle any challenge, and because of FIRST, we have become confident in our abilities. We know that we can work together to solve the world's problems. If every student participated in FIRST, we could set foot on Mars in a matter of years. We could solve world hunger, provide clean water to everyone, and cure deadly diseases. We could engineer solutions to the world's problems and achieve things we had previously only dreamt of. If every student participated in FIRST, we would not just have more engineers. We would have more collaborators and more dreamers. We would have a world prepared to handle anything.
Welcome back, viewers on twitch.tv/First Chesapeake. It is so good to see all of you here today, ready to cheer on these robotics teams. So we are getting set up here in Alexandria, Virginia for our third cohort out of four cohorts today. My name is Ethan. I'm going to be giving you all sorts of play-by-plays, and I'm joined here in the booth by Aisha. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Aisha. I'm on Almond Robotics. I actually competed this morning in cohort 1. If anyone's been watching since the morning, maybe you saw. But anyway, I just got back from Alexandria. I'm home now and excited to commentate the last 2 cohorts.
Yeah, well, we're certainly glad to have you. That's what I love about virtual volunteering, is that you can just hop on and get right to it. Personally, I was just hanging out in my townhouse recovering from judging. So my team competed in Fair Lawn yesterday. We had judging today, and they asked if anybody was available to commentate, so I hopped right in. I'm sure same to you, Aisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. We've got some high scores on the board already, but you never know what might happen in these next 2 cohorts, how the strategies are going to play out, what different robot designs you'll get to see. And for the most part, I want to say at this stage in January, most people have had their first competition already. Would you agree with that?
Right, they're finishing up the last, I think the last qualifier is actually next weekend, next weekend, so February 5th, I think.
Yeah.
The last ones.
Yeah. So if this is team's first competition, then we hope they learn a lot, because there's going to be 3 qualifiers next Saturday. Maybe they'll try to do back-to-back, but getting 2 competitions is really the magic number, is what I've found. If you go to one, and if you do well and you qualify, great, good on you, way to go. If not, then at least you learned something, and then you go to the second competition. And it's not always about qualifying. It's just about doing a little bit better than your first competition. Of course, you can't always go to 3 competitions if your team budget allows for that, and if you guys, have the stamina in you, and if you're really trying to get first spot at that championship event.
Yeah, for sure. I think, especially for rookie teams, going to 3 qualifiers can be a good experience. You get a lot of just the experience of being in a competition. That's really valuable.
Yeah, 100%. And what a great year to be a rookie team. I mean, ideally we would have the complete normal competitions, just like old times. But this year has meant a lot, because First Chesapeake has done this sort of hybrid tournament where you get to see the other teams, you get to compete alongside them, make your strategies with your alliance partners, and see the energy that some teams bring to the competitions. And next year, hopefully, we'll be able to reintroduce the idea of the elimination matches, so you get to learn more about scouting, you get to learn more about figuring out who to pick, who you want to be picked by. And it's a nice introduction to First as a whole.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, taking a look at the team list here for cohort 3. We have 804 Wilder Robotics, Cyborgs, Loose Screws, Cable Management, Falcons First, Her Majesty's Engineers, and Tactical Sheep.
All right. Some fantastic teams here. And it looks like in our first qualification match, of cohort number 3, we've got Team 4970, the Loose Screws, 19396, the Cyborgs, and 9202, Her Majesty's Engineers, accompanied by 13621, Cable Management. So, how do you feel about the first match generally?
First match, I mean, this is cohort 3, so, you know, maybe they've had some time to warm up. I know, like, sometimes it can be a little rusty when it's the very first match. It takes a little bit to, like, get used to it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to get the jitters out, got to get the nerves under control. Don't worry about all the wonderful viewers watching you. And it's the first one of the day. And for some people, they don't have quite as much experience driving with alliance partners as everybody else. So that can be a real jolt to go from having one robot on the field to having yours plus 3.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, also here we have in the commentator booth, Cooper, who is another member of Almond Robotics. Hi, Cooper.
Hello.
Cooper, great of you to join us. I've heard great things about your guys' performance this morning. So thank you so much for competing and commentating on the same day. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had fun competing today. Cooper was the drive coach for the first time.
Yeah,
fantastic.
How was it, Cooper?
Honestly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm usually the drive coach.
Mm-hmm. So, in my opinion, and I think the booth will agree with me, that is always the most important position on the drive team, is the person who's not actually holding the controls, but is the one calling the shots. Would you guys agree with me on that?
It really depends. I mean, a lot of times, you know, like the drivers on our team have been driving for several years, so sometimes they're just like communicating with each other, you know. Mm-hmm. So the drive coach is just calling the timer, you know, and starting the program.
I mean, I definitely think drivers need a lot more practice than the drive coach. Like, as a driver, like our drivers have practiced quite a lot this season.
Like the drivers have to be able to like communicate with each other well. I think that's like really important, and that does take a lot of practice.
Oh yeah, to know terminology, to not say whole sentences, but just say quick messages.
Call outs.
All right, so we've got randomization on the field. Referees are moving the ducks and the elements. Now, something interesting is that from our view, we can see that Blue has actually decided to keep their team shipping elements outside of the field instead of putting them on the field for autonomous. So a very interesting choice. You don't see a lot of that.
So I think 3 of the teams here don't actually, I think they probably don't have shipping elements because, you know, just putting it on the field, if you put a cube on, like there's a 1 in 3 chance that you put it on the right level, and then you'll just get a bonus. It's like free points for putting your alliance shipping hub on your team shipping element on the field.
Yeah, I believe.
So I think, you know, it's overlooked a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think using a team shipping element over a duck literally just gives you like 10 free points if you put it on the right level. It's just
and you also get an extra duck.
So we are starting with Telly up here. Up come the controllers.
3,
the way to go, the robots.
2,
a very solid
1.
autonomous program. Lots of parking. Unfortunately, it didn't look like anybody got a delivery from what I can tell, but the scorekeepers are keeping a closer eye on this than we are. And look at that.
I think 9202 actually scored on the lowest level there.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks for catching that. So we've got a lot of activity on the field. We've got 1 red robot in the warehouse, 2 blue robots that got a little bit caught up on those rails. Might need a little helpful push from their alliance partner. And there it is, breaking free. We've got a red robot scoring up on, looks like they might have connected one onto the top. We've got 2 robots.
We got 1 on the top for red, but so far none for blue. Let's see if they can get it. And actually, it seems that none of the teams on the field are going for the shared hub, which is interesting.
Yeah, so that's something where there's a lot of reward, but there's also a lot of risk associated. It's a hard place to get to. And there's a lot of potential penalties. We've got one blue robot extending with that long.
Oh, they're putting Fright on the top hub.
Yep, there it is, right on the top.
It seems both teams have a Fright on the top hub, and it seems they're both very close in score, actually. This is a very interesting match.
Yeah, definitely. But it seems on the Red Alliance, they're at a bit of a disadvantage because Team 4970 looks like they've disconnected, but in like the worst place possible, making it really hard for their alliance to get to the crate in the warehouse.
So of course it is in game now, and it's all about those ducks on the wheels. We've got red spinning their ducks. Looks like blue was over there for a little while, but then they had to back away. 9202 is parking inside a box. However, I think they're just now realizing that you do not get points for parking in that box in end game. Might have been a little helpful reminder from the referee here. As time expires, we've got one red robot fully into the warehouse. We've got two blue robots in the warehouse. We've got 8 ducks spun for the red.
I'm interested to see if 9202 actually made it in time, because it seemed pretty close.
It was close, yeah.
Sometimes that buzzer rule, you know, they have until the end of the buzzers to make it.
It's tricky. All right, we've got a bit of love for Her Majesty's Engineers in the chat. Glad to see it. Their username is actually Go Team HME, so very appropriate.
It's actually quite a high-scoring match.
Very nice. It's a very strong start to the cohort, and you always like to see that. Anytime that there's a positive score, I'm happy.
Well, I'm pretty sure there were actually there's only one penalty in this match, which is
why don't you break it down for me, Cooper?
Actually, penalties are, and it's only a minor penalty, so you know, really close to being a completely clean match there.
All right. So that was 13 points in autonomous for the Reds, 6 points in driver controlled, 64 points in endgame, all for the Red Alliance. Very strong endgame performance, and it looks like that made the difference in the match thanks to those ducks being spun. For the Blue Alliance, they had the lead in autonomous with a score of 19 points. They doubled Red's driver control points with 12, and in endgame, 29 points with a 10-point penalty, unfortunately, but it's all right. It's best to, if you're gonna get a penalty, get it early on, learn from it, and try to do even better in your next match. Speaking of the next match, we've got qualification match number 20 on the rise. Team 7, Tactical Sheep, 9450, Falcons first. And they're going up against 200000005, Chugga Choo Choos, going with 4970 Loose Screws. So a double header for the Loose Screws. I think, actually, you were telling me about back-to-back matches this morning, weren't you?
Yeah, it's definitely stressful. I mean, if everything on your robot seems to be working all right, then it's not so bad, you know? It's just like, basically just like driver practice, you know? In driver practice, you'll run matches back-to-back all the time. But it's just the stress of having something go wrong on your robot and not having time to fix it. That's the scary part about having back-to-back matches.
Yeah, we were definitely very lucky that nothing went horribly wrong with our robot. Yeah, because if so, like 5 minutes is quite a stressful time to fix major issues on your robot.
That's right, yeah. You gotta get it in the pit, you gotta duct tape it, you gotta zip tie it, glue it. Well, even glue is risky because it takes time to set, so duct tape, zip ties.
Yeah, for sure. We had a disconnect, probably because of all the static.
All right. So, ironically enough, it is Team Loose Screws that is in the doubleheader. Hopefully they tighten those between the matches. Score 1 for the pun counter.
Oh yeah, and Team 7 is competing in this match. I've heard they're working on some things in terms of autonomous.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm very excited to actually see
them. I don't want to jinx them. I'm so sorry if I jinx.
Yeah, they've historically scored very high. I'm very excited.
I heard that they may or may not have a multi-cycle auto in work.
Very nice. And that's always very impressive. You love to see it whenever teams have that reliable of an autonomous, that reliable of a robot to be able to. We're talking about going into the warehouse in autonomous, grabbing something, bringing it out, and placing it onto the hub. Always very impressive. So we're getting geared up here for match number 20. Everybody doing their final checks. Referees making sure teams know to keep those controllers down. It is so tempting to hold on to them during autonomous, but you got to keep them on the ground. Typically, we encourage teams to bring some sort of pedestal or raised platform, so that way they don't have to go all the way to the ground to pick up the controllers. Do you guys have anything like that?
On our team, we actually don't, but I would recommend having one.
Yeah, today at the competition, we saw a team with a really nice, like, aesthetically pleasing thing to put their controllers on, and it was like fully custom, and it was definitely helpful to them because they didn't have to go all the way down to the ground to grab their controllers.
Yeah, if it's practical and flashy, we love it. You know, something that represents you as a team, and something that makes it a little bit quicker for drivers to pick it up. And also, when you leave your controller on the ground like that, it puts it at a certain risk. We've got randomization here. Referees are climbing into the field to move those ducks and elements where they need to go. And if you're just joining us and you're not quite familiar with the game, randomization is a big deal because that means that everything is ready to go. Nobody's going to touch their controllers until the start of end game, and the match will start shortly.
Yeah, it seems Sheep is the only team here with a custom shipping element, and it seems they just got the duck as well.
All right, good job with the duck. That arm is going up, going around the field.
Interesting. Their alliance partner.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they didn't run to their alliance. They ran into. Oh no.
Yeah, they ran into.
I think that's a major penalty. Yeah, you're not allowed to hit other teams.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be.
Yeah, in general, we want to avoid each other in autonomous. Hopefully, just a small little error that they can fix between now and their next match. We've got the start of Teleop, seeing more robots moving here. 2 red, 2 blue. We've got arms way up in the air, looking to make some deposits on the top of that Alliance shipping hub.
Yep, and already with 1 deposit, the Red Alliance is close to making up the difference, but oh no, it looks like their arms have gotten tangled with each other.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Got 3.
Okay, it seems
they unstuck, almost.
Yeah.
Alright.
Now it looks like one of the red robots on the bottom left, that might be Tactical Sheep, has a pivoting arm, so not only does it go up and down, but it also can move on the horizontal plane, make it a deposit in the shared hub. That might.
I really like Sheep's turret arm. I think it's probably one of the best designs this season that I've seen for the shared shipping hub, because you don't need a turn at all, and it really reduces the risk of pushing the shared shipping hub and getting a penalty, which is probably the main thing that's wrong with the shared shipping hub.
You said it. And we've got blue robots. Looks like they were trying to score onto the to the Alliance specific hub, but unfortunately just flung that ball out the front of the robot, trying to redo it. There it is. 1 block onto the middle level. We've got 1 blue robot getting a little caught up. Looks like they're going for the shared hub. We are into end game now. Let's see who goes for those ducks and who keeps working on their hubs. Got one.
It seems Blue Alliance is going towards the ducks right now.
Yep, I definitely think it's really beneficial to go for ducks here. I mean, in any match, just going for ducks is like, it's worth so many points.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you can get 10 ducks, that's 60 points. It's basically equivalent to getting 10 cycles. It's such an easy way to get points, and yeah.
Absolutely. I really appreciate First for putting that in the game. So we've got a preliminary score of 72 to 23. Even despite the initial bump from red in autonomous, we'll have a full breakdown of the score here in a couple seconds. But the Ducks was really interesting. I mean, I hadn't seen anything quite like that in any other FTC challenge. Personally, it didn't make a lot of sense for me when I first saw the challenge being released. I was like, what does this have to do with delivering freight? But as the season progressed, I really started to appreciate the Ducks as an element a lot more.
I really like the Ducks. I think they just give this game, you know, something unique.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be using the exact same elements every single year, you know. It's good to have something to spice it up a little bit.
Precisely.
Yeah, I also think Ducks is like a really funny choice of an element, and like I really like it.
All right, and we've got those scores for you. 78 to the Red Alliance, 9 points to the Blue Alliance, 10 points in autonomous for the Red, 5 points in autonomous for the Blue, 26 points in driver control for the Red, 8 points in driver control for the Blue, 72 points in in-game for the Red, 6 points in in-game for Blue. Both teams walking away with a penalty. So for the Red side, that's probably going to be due to the bumping of the opponent.
Right, the major for autonomous interference.
Yeah. And then Blue Alliance could have been a little bump there around either the shared hub or perhaps illegal warehouse operations. That's been a big one this particular season, is knocking a ball out when you're not supposed to. So
Right, I think it was most likely warehouse operations because that's the main source of minor penalties here.
Mm-hmm.
Because like hitting the hubs it's always going to be a major penalty. So really where all the minor penalties are coming from is from the warehouse operations. And I think that actually they've been pretty strict this qualifier, you know, like I mean, we were there in the drivers meeting, the refs were explaining, if you accidentally knock a ball outside of the warehouse, you have to chase after it. Otherwise it is going to be a minor for warehouse operations. And if you chase after it while you're holding a freight, you're still going to get the minor.
Yeah, we got a lot of penalties off of that rule. In fact, one of our alliance partners during the qualifier actually got 3 minors at once by knocking 3 balls out.
Oh my goodness.
You definitely have to be very careful around specifically the balls because they roll out really easily.
That's right.
Hey guys, I just joined as a commentator. I'm Sam from Almond Robotics as well. 12518.
Fantastic. I'm feeling a little outnumbered here. I mean, I was outnumbered already.
Yeah, you team Almond Robotics. Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
Wow, so glad to have all of you join us. Really appreciate you guys making the time for this, especially when you just competed. You know, just switching gears like that must be very intense.
Yeah, the competition definitely was really fun. It's kind of like really short since you have all the matches right next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely really fast paced, but you get over it like really quickly. So.
Yeah, you know, we had to commentate, so it was too short. We had to keep going with this qualifier.
Yeah, you wanted to keep feeling like you're involved in it, keep watching over all the matches, get that quad feed view that us commentators get access to. All right. Yeah, and something that one of my team members noted the other day is that because of the small size of the cohorts, you get to play with teams, and then you're almost immediately playing against them. So you have a high level of respect, you know, because you're like, oh, that's great. We're together. We're gonna do awesome things. And then you see them against you. And you're like, oh no, this is gonna be a tough match because I know they're a great alliance partner. So.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. That was like in previous years in the normal qualifiers, you never really played with the team and then against them. And this, you know, it's really new in FTC. I think it's really interesting to see teams who played with each other just play against each other and see how the dynamics.
I think it's like really nice because you kind of get to know how these other teams play. You get to know these teams, unlike you would in a normal event where you're just playing against like completely different teams every single match.
You said it. Speaking of teams, let's break down the teams for qualification match number 21, 13621 Cable Management, joined by 20005 Chugga Chugga 22s. and they're going up against 9450 Falcons first, and 19396 the Cyborgs. So those rankings are initially seem a little bit low, but that's because this is going to be the second match for a lot of these teams. And of course, ranking is determined on the sum total of your points throughout the day. So as these teams get closer to their fourth match, you'll see them move up in the rankings as they accumulate more points.
Yeah, you guys remember there were 2 cohorts that played before these teams, and they have already played 5 matches. So their scores are like pretty clearly going to be higher than these teams who've only played 1 match. We'll definitely see these placings climb up later into this day.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if you want to check up on those scores, feel free to go over to events.firstchesapeake.org. You can see all the results of the matches today. The rankings get updated every time that we show you a score. It is a very helpful tool to have.
Yep, and this is qualifier Alexandria, Virginia qualifier 4.
Thank you.
Looks like the randomization just finished. It's the top cycle for auto.
All right.
Great points.
Top level is always a good sign. You'd have some good high-scoring autos.
Yep.
Yeah. So what would you say is the hardest level to get to in autonomous for you guys?
Honestly, I feel like it's the low level or the middle level, because you have like the level above it that's kind of blocking you. With the top level, you have a lot more space to move around, you know, and like most robots are built especially to score on the high level during teleop, because that gives you the most points.
Yep.
So I feel like there's just a lot more room up there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think our barrel is pretty big, so it's kind of hard to fit it between the 2 layers. So I definitely think top is the best for us. We didn't consider the other layers as much as we should have.
Drivers,
so we
pick
had
up
a
your
great
controllers.
Autonomous period.
3,
we got some scoring
2,
up in those shipping hubs. We got a robot parked in the warehouse. Let's talk about this teleop period.
Well, Red already has 2 right on the shipping hub, 1 in mid and 1 in low.
Yep. And Blue, I think they scored during autonomous on the top level there. And it looks like they're going to score again. Oh, it looks like they're nudging their hub a little bit. I'm sure the refs are giving warnings for that.
Yeah, definitely got to stay away from it. We've got 1 blue robot down the bottom working on that shared hub, trying to get an early advantage, tilt it in their favor. It looks like they just got it. Can they keep it, or will Red have something to say about it?
Yeah, the early advantage on the shared hub is great. Like, especially if you pick up a heavy cube early, if you can get it fully tilted to your side at the beginning of the match, it's really hard for the other team to retake it.
Yeah, it's
tilting is definitely a huge point gain in this game.
Yeah, the 20 points you get from tilting the shared is just such a big game changer.
Yeah, if you can just put really 1 heavy cube unshared at the start, it really changes the game for sure.
All right, we're getting close to end game here. We've got 1 blue robot positioning themselves right next to that duck spinner. We've got Red looking to make a couple more trips to that top level just before end game. There's that whistle that everybody knows and love. We've got ducks falling off on the blue side, being spun, lots of excitement. Even the referee's cheering with them.
Yeah, both teams are.
The red team was really bogged down by that penalty.
Yeah, for sure. Well, is this a high score? At least for this cohort.
Yeah,
we see 3 digits on the board. Let's see if
super high score. 115.
Let's see what the judges have to say about it.
Yeah, in the triple digits, a great start.
Oh, it jumped up to
135 points. That's a very respectable score for sure.
All right. Very respectable. Great match all around. Red score coming up a bit there at the end. Don't forget about that blue shared hub tilted in their favor. It looks like the red alliance hub is balanced, so that's something that's pretty easy to forget about, but not a lot of teams essentially focus on balancing their alliance hubs, but anytime that they can, it's a nice little bonus. And here we go with the scores, 135 to 31. Why don't you tell me about them?
Yeah, super high score. The shared hub definitely helped them get a ton of points, and definitely getting no penalties really helped. Red got negative 40 points from just penalties. They would have 75 points without penalties.
Yep, so Blue had the advantage after autonomous 19 to 29, and also in driver control 18 to 26. Endgame was where they really pulled ahead though, 34 to 80, getting all those ducks. And then of course the Red Alliance got a major and a minor.
Yeah, for sure. I think Dust is a huge advantage in this game. If you can just get those ducks, it puts you in a huge lead above the other team if they don't.
Yeah. Endgame definitely one of the most important parts in the game. It's where all the points happen. All the highest scoring teams always have a good endgame.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, just thought I'd let the three of you know that I am in fact snacking on almonds here every chance that I get. So, I hope that's not seen as hostility.
No, that's great. We love almonds.
Okay, just making sure. All right. So far, very strong start to this cohort. How many total matches are in this cohort? Let's double check on that.
Looks like it's from 19 to 30.
19 to 30. That's going to be a total of 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think 12.
12. All right.
Oh, 9 matches in cohort 3. Maybe I've counted wrong.
Fantastic. Luckily, we have a fantastic team working behind the scenes. 19 to 37. That doesn't add up to 9.
We've got goes through cohort 4 too, doesn't it?
Yeah. Don't you worry though. We're going to be commentating on all of them. Okay, there we go. We're playing through to match number 27 here. So we've got robots taking the field. We've got those elements on the field, but a couple of ducks on the field too. So we were talking earlier about how you may as well get an element, put it on the field, even if you're not gonna use it. That's one more duck behind the wall that you get to use in endgame. So personally, something my team did was we brought a spare shipping element. We made sure it was the correct dimensions, and anytime an alliance partner didn't have a team shipping element, we would write their number on it in Sharpie, which is required by the rules. The team number has to be somewhere on it, and we would give it to them so that they could put that in front of their robot, and that's one more duck in our corner. So,
yeah, even if you don't have, even if you're not detecting it or like capping it, both of which are like huge advantages, in a game, just having that one more duck can give you like 6 extra points in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we actually got offered a second alliance scoring element, so definitely a really good strategy.
Yeah, for sure. Offering your teammates one. I didn't even think of that. Like that's like such a good strategy.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed that you see the shipping element that Tactical Sheep is using, that green one. I noticed a lot of teams actually using that sort of similar shape, like the 3D printed design. I think that's sort of like, it's good for double capping because they stack really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen a whole lot of double capping. What about or capping in general? What about you guys?
Yeah, we haven't really seen it either.
Yeah, I think capping is like quite a time sink, and even though it scores a lot, it's like slightly challenging. So I guess a lot of teams didn't want to do that. But I definitely think that once we cap, we're also going to try to give a shipping element to a teammate so that we can, a team element to teammate so that we can double cap. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so at the beginning of the season, I think we all expected, okay, one robot is going to be doing the ducks, the other robot's going to be capping, but that just hasn't necessarily been the case. Now, there was one team, 19876 N-1, that actually won an award for their creative and innovative collection system, and they were able to get a double cap thanks to that. I believe that was last weekend. So,
right, I was commentating that. I remember I watched them get the double cap. It was really good.
Yeah.
And N-1 is actually a sister team of Team 7 who's on the field right now.
Yeah. They both have similar designs as well. They both use a turret arm design, which I definitely think, and I definitely think being in a club with another great team is definitely very helpful to your success.
Yeah, I think another major reason why capping is just not really seen so much is it's honestly quite difficult compared to some of the other end game objectives like the carousel or the tilting the shipping element or the shared hub.
It seems Team 7's auto's working again.
Yes, definitely didn't go past that center line, didn't bump into anybody, didn't quite connect with the block though. So we've got one red robot in the warehouse, one blue robot in the warehouse. A good start to the match.
Yeah, it's great to see that Team 7 was able to fix their autonomous in such a short period of time.
Pick up your controllers.
Both teams have quite decent
3,
autonomous
2,
this round as well.
1.
Looks like blue is making the deposit on that alliance shipping hub. Red is first to put an element onto the shared hub. Blue is quick to answer. One block versus one bomb. So far, the shared hub does not look tilted in either direction.
Yeah, but I think Sheep is definitely going for it. I mean, with the turret arm design, it's just so easy to get cycles on the shared hub. Notice how they just have to move in a straight line back and forth. Oh, but it looks like they actually just scored a ball on the red side.
Yeah, don't forget about red side too. They're definitely scoring a lot on shared. This is definitely a fight for shared.
Yeah, and red is actually using a different strategy to get to the shared hub, where they just have the backside of their wheels sort of inside the barrier. There's a few teams that have been doing that. Basically, they get just outside of the warehouse, just enough to reach the shared hub.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of successful teams like Wizards and Penguins doing that.
Yeah. So we haven't seen a whole lot of development on the Alliance shipping hub, and of course, just as I say that, Blue puts one up on the top level. They heard me talking about them, and they wanted to prove me. We've got one.
Red actually tilting the shared hub in their direction.
Oh, man, the score is so close. It's really a battle.
Yeah, I can't even tell which team's tilting it right now. Oh, wait, did Red just rotate the shipping hub?
Oh, Red just dropped.
I think that's a major penalty.
All right, we are well into endgame here, making a mad dash for the Ducks, both red and blue alliances. Looks like red is first to get there, and they're going to start spinning. Looks like the blue is going to back away from the Ducks. Maybe something's not quite right. Red's still trying to get a duck. Ooh, looks like it beat that escape velocity and flew off to the side. You got to tune it down just a little bit. Oh my goodness, look at that score. 52 to 57. Will that be the final score? Blue is going up a little bit. Let's take a look at that shared hub.
Looks like the shared hub might actually be balanced.
Yeah,
I think it is.
What a battle.
Wow.
Let's see what the judges have to
say.
say.
Blue got more fright on the shared hub, I think red got more fright on the edges, which makes the tilting of the shared hub a lot easier. So
yep. And definitely the weight of each different type of freight plays a part.
Yeah. I've just gotten word that the coach of the Almond Robotics is in fact in our Twitch chat, making note of the fact that I am in fact eating almonds, which I will continue to do. Look at that score.
Nice. Red team actually takes the win here.
Yeah. All right. So we've got a score of 65 for the Red Alliance, 57 for the Blue Alliance. And my eyes are immediately attracted to the bottom of the scoreboard. Unfortunately, because Blue got that minor penalty, they came up short 57 to 65. Without that penalty, they would have gotten 67 and the win, but it's okay.
Yeah, this really proves that penalties can play a big difference. But notice that although Blue lost, both teams on the Blue Alliance still climbed up in ranking.
getting geared up for the next one. Teams cleared the field, getting ready to come back. Should be another great round. So far, one team this cohort has broken the 100-point barrier. Can we see again? A lot of good potential from these teams.
Yeah, I definitely think we can break 100 again.
Uh-huh.
Looks like in the next match we have 9202 playing a surrogate match. And yeah, that's the thing with these such small cohorts, you end up having a lot of teams playing a surrogate. And especially if there's like a missing team, like in our cohort this morning, we had one missing team, so it was actually a 6-team cohort. And so we had, a couple of teams step up and play surrogate matches.
I always really appreciate that. Anytime that you can play in a match, even though it doesn't count for you, but you can try to lift somebody else up. Uh-oh. Looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here. Might be able to just like that. Thank you to our behind-the-scenes staff for keeping this up and running. We have a challenge in the chat. The high score today is 182, and somebody in chat is challenging teams to beat it. Try maybe even get into that 200-point zone.
Is that the round we played this morning?
Yeah, that was actually the 182 was when we played a surrogate match with Extreme Voltage.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that the highest score of the day is actually a surrogate match.
Yeah.
If only it could have been one of our real matches.
That's true.
But there's something to be said about that. So it was a surrogate match for you, but not Extreme Voltage. Is that correct?
Oh, we were the surrogate. Yeah.
Yeah. So the fact that you went out there and you played your hardest, even though it didn't count for your score, really says a lot about you guys and the spirit of First as a whole. You could have said, yeah, we're gonna swap around drivers just to be funny, or we're gonna fool with the program and make it go backwards. We're not gonna give it our all, but you didn't. You went up there and you put up the highest score of the day so far. So congratulations to you all. Thanks for the gracious professionalism.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun match to play with Extreme Voltage. We ended up playing with them again, and it was definitely a fun experience.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we're waiting a couple seconds for teams to get the robots on the field. I always love to take a look at the alliance markers. So that's going to be the blue circle and the red squares. That way, referees and commentators alike can see what alliance each robot is on. And that's something that teams have to provide, and they have to change it out between matches, whereas we used to use flags made out of foam and Burger King straws, if I remember correctly. So.
Yeah, those flags, actually, we were talking about it earlier at the competition, how we actually liked the flags previously. They were a lot easier to use, but I think this is definitely more cleaner and probably a lot better for referees to see which team is which.
Honestly, I thought flags looked so nice on robots.
Flags look so fun, it's like just like a little flag waving around on your robot. Like, I really like that. But I remember in our first year, that was I think the only year we had flags, maybe our second year too, but we would always show up to competitions, and in inspection they'd be like, do you have a flag holder? And we'd be like, and just like throw a zip tie onto our robot and be like, that's our flag holder.
Exactly right. It's so easy to forget. We've got some appreciation in the chat here for Sean. So unfortunately, Sean had something else to do. But he was able to give some great commentary this morning. And we have some information, looks like from a volunteer here, that they do provide tape in case any teams forget their markers. Well, that's very helpful. Glad to see that. It's always
you can definitely just tape a piece of paper and put it on your robot.
Yeah, exactly. Just as long as you can tell who's on what side, it's all good. So how do you guys deal with the markers? Do you have Velcro? Do you have a bolt?
We have Velcro.
Yep, we have Velcro on our side plates.
Very good.
Yeah, I think for one of our blue markers though, we just tape it on because we don't have enough Velcro or something. I don't know.
Oh man, somebody's got to run to Home Depot then.
Probably have some just lying around, but can't find it.
All right. So, almonds, do you guys have any like cheers or traditions? I think I might have asked this previously, but you know, since the last time that I got to commentate with any of you, have you come up with any sort of traditions or habits that you want to brag about?
Yeah, we do have a cheer.
Oh yeah.
I should want to do it.
Yeah, it goes like this. Right.
Oh, okay.
I should want to start it, and then we can like do this.
Oh.
Nuts.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Nice and simple.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got randomization for match number 23. It's going to be that top level again that we love so much. Can't wait to see these robots in autonomous. We've got some appreciation for robot inspection in the Twitch chat. One day.
Okay. Yeah, robot inspection was fun. I actually volunteered as an inspector once. That was a pretty fun experience.
Mm-hmm. Let's inspect these scores for autonomous period. We've got some scoring on, unfortunately, the lowest side of the Alliance shipping hubs. One for red, one for blue. Not quite where you want to be when I believe the position of the duck was indicating the top level. Not positive about that one, to be perfectly honest, but the scores do reflect that. A nice even start to tally up, 16 to 16, 18 to 8.
So we're both tied 18-18 right now, which is
wow.
Let's see who wins this match.
So we've got two robots leaving the warehouse at the same time, going for that top of that hub. Unfortunately, blue drops one, red drops it in the top. Congratulations. Looks like the sheep are going to go for that shared hub again. In the bottom right, you'll see the Blue Alliance has a claw-type mechanism. That's something I've seen work fairly well this season, is simply gripping onto the blocks instead of having some sort of rotating mechanism. It really depends on your robot. We've got a little bit of stuckage over here. Looks like the sheep aren't quite moving right now, so their alliance partner is going to take a trip to the shared hub and drop it off. It looks like that is tilted in their favor just as blue puts one on the top of the alliance hub.
Oh, it seems sheep is back moving. This is...
All right.
Glad to see it. We've got one blue robot primed and ready to go. In about 20 seconds here, that's when they're going to start spinning ducks. Red is definitely in the lead in terms of the shared hub, but blue is putting them up on the Alliance shipping hub. Red with an advantage so far, but that could
looks like sheep might be going for the carousel here. Yep, they are.
I'm willing to bet this match will break 100 points. They already have 4 on the team shipping hub, and I think now 5 on their shipping hub, and then on the shared shipping hub they also have 4.
Yeah,
so I think after they do these ducks, they'll definitely break 100.
Yeah, we've got plenty of ducks being spun off right now. Time is counting down. A very high scoring match all around. We've got robots in the warehouse for those parking points. Time has expired. 90 to 56 is the current preliminary score. We will see that change shortly here.
Yeah, a lot of ducks falling off this time. Definitely something you have to watch out for with the carousel. While it seems like really simple, controlling the speed of the carousel is definitely really important for the ducks.
So how did you guys overcome that problem? Do you guys try to slow it down like as much as possible, or did you guys like experiment to find it? How does Almond spin the ducks?
Well, we have the servo set to just a constant speed, and we've practiced it a little bit in practice, just to get the putting the duck on the carousel and spinning it, making sure it's stopped, just making sure we can get all the ducks off in time.
Yeah, honestly, practicing the ducks in driver practice is a huge help. Even the human player needs to practice, putting them on and making sure they don't wobble.
So we've got a fantastic score here, 122 to 62. Now, what's interesting is that 9202 has been moved down to the 20th position because 13629 has now moved up to the 19th position. So, but things are still fluid. They're changing constantly as these teams continue to play their matches. So a very strong match for both of these teams. Red did pull ahead in driver controlled and end game. So good job.
I'm really interested to see
match too. No penalties.
Yeah, I really want to see if some of these teams are able to break our score from this morning. I definitely think Sheep and a couple of the other teams here can do it.
Yeah, that match again though, definitely showing how endgame is super important. Red team pulled ahead, took the point lead with the endgame. It brought them 40 points ahead. So really showing the importance of endgame.
Yeah, for sure. I also think in cohort 4 we have some pretty strong teams coming up. So I think we'll have maybe a high score from them.
Yeah, half of cohort 4 is actually all under one club. So I am definitely interested to see how they will work together.
Yep, that's their team advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these cohorts, when they split up the cohorts, they try to keep the sister teams together so they can all arrive at the same time. And I think that's definitely like having a sister team to practice with and then knowing that you're going to compete with them at the qualifier. I think that can be an advantage, like you already have your strategy all mapped out.
Yeah, scrimmages are definitely a really great way to practice the robot game. We've personally been to quite a few scrimmages this season to help us practice.
Yeah, scrimmages are super important for practice. Like obviously when you're at home, you're practicing on your field. It's a lot different when there's 3 other robots on the field and you have to get around each other, move around each other, and definitely there's a lot of pressure on the field as well too. So scrimmage is really great practice for robot.
Absolutely. I really like to see it when it's a very well coordinated, almost dance between the alliance partners in terms of going into the warehouse, waiting for them to collect, and then swapping out, making sure to keep adequate social distancing from the robots, Make sure they're bang into
it. Yeah, being able to coordinate roles is like really crucial if you want to score like a really high score. I think like a lot of the top scores, like there are many like 300 breaking scores that were done by 2 sister teams under Dubotics that seem to have definitely practiced together a lot.
Yeah, who had come up with a strategy, who had practiced that strategy together. So, love to see it. And
the efficiency and teleop like really depends on how the 2 teams are able to work together to get the most efficient way of getting freight out of the warehouse. So, definitely some strategy there.
All right, and we've got randomization number 3. Those ducks are going to be on the right side for the robot's perspective, and that's going to correspond to the top level of the Alliance Shipping Hub. That might be the 3rd match in a row. Somebody ought to check on the randomization system, make sure it's okay. But hey, random means it can happen. We've got robots moving here in autonomous section. We've got one blue robot. Didn't quite connect with the duck, but it looks like blue tried to also score on the Alliance Hub. We've got one block down. Looks like it was on the middle level, not quite the top level. Blue robots are parked. Red robot is parked. One robot did not move, but that's okay. Can't wait to see them move in teleop here.
Drivers, pick up your
Up come the
controllers.
controllers. Blue has
3,
the slight advantage.
2,
Can that change
1.
in this 2-minute period?
Yeah, actually staying still in auto, like not running your auto, is actually a good strategy. I know for us, one of our matches, our alliance actually didn't run their auto, because we talked with them before the match, and we were talking about how we might run into each other. So we thought it might just be safer for one of us to just not run our robot, just to avoid that collision.
Well, there you go. That's the importance of talking before a match. And right now, Blue has the advantage definitely on the shared hub. They've got that one block, most likely a heavy one, tilting it in their favor. Unfortunately, a ball just rolled out of the Blue warehouse that will cost them. I saw the referee pointing it out. Red looking to make a deposit on the Alliance hub. Looks like it didn't quite connect. We've got a Blue robot in an interesting position on the field. They're stuck over on the spike in the red warehouse. No rules against that, but I'm not sure if the robot's entirely functioning the way it was intended. I've got
it looks like it looks like they're trying to fix their robot right now, not moving, but they do seem to be in the lead right now, so maybe this is Red's opportunity to catch up in points right here.
Absolutely. And now we are moving into in-game. Blue is focusing on the Ducks. We don't have a red robot over by the Ducks quite yet, but they're moving that way.
I think this is another possible match where we'll hit 100 points. If Blue's able to get all the Ducks in Park, that's enough to hit 100 points.
Yeah, it looks like they're almost there already, 98 points. Oh there's that 100.
Not bad. And it's interesting that you brought up Park, because one Blue robot is partially parked in the warehouse, even though it's not on their side of the field. Still counts.
Yeah, remember, both warehouses are neutral and any team can use them. I think at States we'll see a lot of defensive teams going into the other warehouse to try to score.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We've got somebody in chat mentioning that, talking about those surrogate matches. You're absolutely right. They are so helpful when you get to have that additional driver practice, to be able to practice with 4 robots on the field. And it's also very gracious and professional to try your hardest, even though it doesn't count for you, but it does count for somebody else. And here we go with the scores for this match. That's going to go to the Blue Alliance. They do, in fact, break that 100-point barrier, and they are 134 to Red's 27. Still a very solid match. My eyes go straight to the bottom, and I look at the fact that there were no penalties. Always love to see that.
Yeah, it's always great to see a match where there aren't any penalties. These penalties are just so easy to get this season.
Yeah, 74 points in the end game. Those Ducks really showing how many points they can get. If you have the 2 alliance markers, you can get 10 Ducks in the carousel. 60 points right there. That's a lot of points.
Something that I really miss about normal competitions is of course the elimination matches, which we were talking about earlier. What do you guys think the strategies would be in elimination matches if we were to have them? What do you think the symbiosis would be between the teams?
Yeah, I've done a lot. We've definitely done a lot of practice for elimination matches, specifically in scrimmages, and I definitely think that defense is a huge thing in elimination matches. If you watched MTI during the summer, one of the team that won was able to do so largely because of the amazing defense they played.
Very nice.
Yeah, very interesting to see how defense is going to be played with the neutral warehouses. Definitely going to be teams fighting for those fright. Definitely at States there's going to be a lot of high scoring teams with really fast cycles, so they may even run out of fright on their side and have to go to the other side and fight for their fright.
Yeah, honestly, I really miss being able to play defense in qualification matches. It just it provides another level of excitement and strategy to the game.
I personally really don't like the idea of playing defense in qualification matches. But I think in eliminations, it's definitely a great way to win.
Yeah. So many out there. And of course, this is mainly dependent on the scoring system. How do teams move up in ranks? And of course, right now it is based on your cumulative score for your qualification matches, whereas previously it was determined on wins and losses. So the reason why I believe it was Cooper was thinking that defense is going to be useful in elimination is because you're not just trying to get the highest score possible, you're trying to beat out your opponent in terms of score.
Yeah, definitely. The scoring system really has a big effect on how everything is played. But I do think defense is really interesting, and it also adds a lot of driver skill into the game. I think just having a scoring system based just on points just sees how fast you can cycle, and that part can even be automated. But when you add defense into the game, it really just adds a lot of complexity.
Something I'd like to point out on the field here, it looks like one of the red robots has a very powerful flashlight on the front of their robot to be able to see that team shipping element.
Oh, I see that. You mean the blue lines?
Yes.
Is that tactical sheep?
Yep, and we are off to the races. That is one duck spawn for blue. Red is kind of pushing around their Alliance shipping hub, not quite what they intended to do, I believe. We got a deposit from the Blue Alliance, not quite on the level that it was supposed to be. They're trying to aim for that middle level for that bonus. We've got lots of motion. Both red robots parked in some respects. One blue robot parked. Red has the advantage going into this teleop period.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I saw red. They moved their shipment hub in auto. It's definitely really hard to untilt your shipment hub after you've already tilted it. I found that's a really big problem. They also might have gotten a major for moving it, because they did move it quite a bit, but I think for now it's probably fine.
Speaking of tilted hub, we've got the blue hub tilted very much in their favor. Red is going to have an answer to that here shortly, but unfortunately it's a ball. And like we were talking about, they just don't weigh quite as much. So it's not going to quite tilt it back in their favor.
Definitely.
Yeah, I saw one team, I don't think they're in Chesapeake. One team said that they have a weight sensor on their barrel to tell when there's a heavy cube. That way, whenever they get a heavy cube, they can just put it on their shared hub.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Yeah, to be able to have some sort of maybe a strain gauge or something. So right now, blue is very much focused on that shared hub. It is very much in their favor, while their alliance partner is focusing on that alliance-specific hub, trying to score up in the top. We've got two red robots in the warehouse trying to work around each other right now. One is making a mad dash for that duck spinner, being ready for when end game comes. And there's that whistle.
Yeah, really nice how red got into the carousel position really quickly before endgame starts, so they can immediately start spinning all their ducks as soon as endgame starts. Really great strategy from them.
Yeah, both teams are spinning the ducks really fast right now. I'm excited to see if they can all hit all the ducks.
And already scores of over 100 are probably coming in on both alliances here.
Yeah, it'd be great to see two teams that can score 100.
Yep, both of them just went over 100, but it does seem like red is in the lead right now.
A very strong performance.
Wow, this is definitely a very impressive match.
Wow, fantastic. So those scores are going to be counted up for us here in a moment. We understand that the stream is a little unsynced right now, so we're going to try to fix that here after these, after this score. All right. So far, what has been the difference between the most? Oh, hold on. Here we go. We've got the scores. Blue is going to take 131, 124. Everybody moves up in the rankings. No penalties.
I think the reason Blue won this match was because of the tip. They had the shared hub tipped in their favor. I think that's what really put them over Red Team. But definitely both have very high scores in this match.
Yeah, those 20 points, like I said earlier, there's so many points, and it's really hard to make it up in cycles. It's going to be 4 cycles in the top if you want to make up that point for not getting that tip. So super important.
Oh.
Fantastic. And we are back. Did you miss us? All right. So this is our second to last match for cohort 3. We've got team 20005 Chugga Chugga Choo Choos going by 9202 Her Majesty's Engineers up against 4970 Loose Screws and 13621 Cable Management. Should be a fantastic match all around. So far, these teams are fairly close in the rankings. So hopefully this match will boost them up even higher. Huh. That was a very interesting way that one particular student decided to carry the robot. Just one hand on that center beam, dropping it onto the field. How do you all carry your robot? Is it just kind of like, pick it up on whatever is available and then take it to the field, or do you have like a Secret Service team that protects it? How does it work?
Funny story, we actually have like 2 go tubes on our robot for structural support in the front and back. And like originally they were just there to keep our like robot sturdy, right? But they actually serve as like really, really nice handlebars for the robot. It was actually like amazing.
Yeah,
except then we took the back one off, and now it's like impossible to hold our robot. We've been struggling so much for the past 2 days, especially because like there's just no place to hold it on the back now. So it's just, like, and on our drivetrain, like the wheels, we have the suspension, so the wheels can literally move if you try to hold them.
Yeah, and then if you tilt the robot, if the slides are like loose, they'll just like pop out, and there'll just be like a long extended slide while you're holding the robot.
You're just dangling out.
Yeah.
It was quite a pain.
Super hard to hold it now. Should put it back.
Oh,
it's annoying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, also I just took a look at the rankings, and actually Cyborgs, a team in this cohort, is actually ranked number 5 right now, and they've only played 4 of their matches.
Oh.
Wow, wait. That's really exciting actually.
Yeah, way to climb up in the rankings, yeah.
Yeah, rank 4 and 3 are actually pretty close by. Rank 4 is just 40 points away for them to be, and then rank 3 is just... Sorry, calculating it.
Yeah.
53 points. 53 points.
All right. So we've got autonomous underway. Lots of robots moving, especially over on the red side. We've got a little bit on the blue side as well, dropping off onto the lower level of those Alliance hubs, almost simultaneously crossing that barrier into the warehouse. A very strong autonomous. Red will have the lead. Oh, I spoke too soon. Blue has the lead in autonomous so far. as we start the driver control period.
Yeah, that was great.
Definitely very solid on this though.
3.
Yeah, I noticed that on the Red Alliance, it looks like they pushed a duck dangerously close to being under their hub. So we'll see. They may not be able to get the balancing points at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
But the Blue Alliance.
That is, I believe, a major penalty.
That's definitely a major.
Definitely major.
To push
and they moved the other one too. That might be.
Yeah, so it might compound because see they interfered with their own alliance hub, but also with the other alliance hub.
I don't know if they
That's definitely gonna be bad.
the red shipping hub enough for it to be considered a major. I know the judges are pretty lenient with the like team specific shipping hub.
Yeah. It's all about how does it affect gameplay? How does it change the outcome of the match, you know? So we've got red focusing a lot on the shared hub, making regular deposits to it by going over that barrier. Unfortunately, it looks like one of the blue robots is disconnected after pushing the hub. And then we've got that robot with the claw. Looks a little caught up on a spike trying to get out of the warehouse. Those spikes, man, I tell you what.
Yeah, those spikes, they'll really get you. Oh, they're almost lifting up the barrier here a little bit. Hopefully they don't end up damaging the field there.
Yeah, please be nice to First Chesapeake's field. Looks like they're free. They've got their claw working once again.
Yeah, looks like maybe one side of their claw might have broken in that when they got stuck there.
Seems a little loose.
Yeah,
the
we are.
Blue team seems like
robot focusing on the ducks. One blue robot looking confident in their warehouse, securing those points. And unfortunately, one blue robot still looks a bit disconnected in the middle. And one red robot confidently parked in the warehouse. So again, not a lot of capping that we see going on.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if red will actually break 100 this match. It's going to be close.
It's going to be close. So we'll have to wait.
They did get the tip, so.
Oh yeah, the tip's not calculated yet.
Yeah, the red hub is very much, or the shared hub is very much in their favor.
Yep.
Yep, there's the unofficial 100.
All right, love to see it. So, of course, you all were around for Ultimate Goal last year. Am I correct in saying that?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you remember the wobble goals?
Yeah.
I think capping is this year's wobble goals to a degree. You know, they're there, but they're not always fully utilized. Would you agree with that?
I actually argue that the ducks are this year's wobble goal. I think like you're right to say that the cap is this year's wobble goal, like in terms of how the item is designed. But I think that like almost all teams have some sort of wobble goal, just like almost all teams have some sort of duck this year.
Yeah, I feel like definitely every year the game design committee sort of has like an easier task to do. Like there's like the cycling task, right? Which in this case is like on the Alliance Hub or the shared hub. But then there's also this sort of like separate task that is definitely like easy points. I think for rookie teams, that's really important to like grab as many of those easy points as you can get. Like here, like just doing the ducks, like duck mechanisms are definitely a lot simpler than like cycling mechanisms, but it's just so many points. And like the wobble goal was similar, right? Like a simple claw, you can do the wobble goals, and those were like a lot of points as well. So I think like a really good lesson for rookie teams is to analyze like on kickoff when you see that game animation for the first time, you really got to think about like which objectives are like the most efficient, as in like they'll be the easiest to do and also give you the most points.
Well said. 6 points. We've got a score of 125 on the Red Alliance and a score of 4 on the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, they were very much hurt by that penalty, but hey, it's okay. We get it. These things happen. Sometimes no amount of practice can prepare you for that. It's all right. Fantastic performance by these robots, and it just means so much that they can get out here and play today. I think that's a lot.
Yeah, and on the Blue Alliance, those penalties, they got one major penalty for moving their hub, but actually, since the blue shipping hub was like tilting the red shipping hub, the Red Alliance got the balancing points.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, these are really interesting judging systems, I would say.
Yeah,
this is like quite a rare occurrence, and it's great to see that the judges can always find a way to solve it.
The referees although they do penalize teams, that's not their job. They're here to help ensure that the match play is fair and to make sure that teams learn how to play the match fairly. So anytime that there's something harmless, like maybe bumping into your own hub a little bit, as long as it doesn't affect gameplay, they'll tell you, hey, stay away from it. We'll let you off with a warning. So the referees, they do have a heart, of course. You know, sometimes they have to dish out those penalties to keep gameplay fair, but they really do want the teams to succeed. They're not just trigger happy on the penalize button.
Yeah, the judges are here out of the kindness of their hearts, and they're not trying to penalize you. They're trying to give you guys a good experience.
Yeah. Another thing I want to say is like the refs, they really want to teach you like where you can get penalties in the qualifiers first. So when some teams do advance to the state competition, they don't make those same mistakes where they'll lose out on points, and reffing will definitely be a lot stricter at states. Don't want teams to lose easy points that way.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that this is going to be a very high-scoring match with Sheep and Cyborgs on the same alliance.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Her Majesty's Engineer's biggest fan in chat has to leave now. So sorry to see them go.
Unlucky.
But this will be the last match of the cohort, of course. Cannot wait to see it. We've got 19396, the Cyborgs, paired up with the Tactical Sheep, up against the Blue Alliance, and unfortunately, I just missed the team numbers for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, I think it's... Wait. I don't know. I didn't see them either. But I think Cyborgs and Tactical Sheep on the same team, they definitely have a great chance to maybe even get the high score for today. Two really high scoring teams.
So let's see it. We are off in autonomous. We got ducks spinning over on the Red Alliance. We've got one robot parked in the warehouse. Blue is also on the move, made a deposit in the Alliance hub, parked in the warehouse. A great start. Red does have the advantage as we start teleop.
Oh yeah, this is definitely quite a high-scoring auto.
Yep, 50
Drivers,
points in the
pick up
auto
your
for red,
controllers.
16 for blue.
3, 2, 1.
All right. An immediate race for the shared hub. One block, one ball so far. Not yet enough to tilt it. So I always love to see a good battle over the...
Looks like Tactical Sheep just got a heavy cube, tilting the shipping hub in their favor.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've seen these two teams, 7 and 9202, battle over the shipping hub before, and they both were like doing amazing cycling on that. Oh, but it looks like 9202 just dropped a ball and may have actually pushed the hub a little bit. I'm not sure if that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah, so they're going to take a step back from it for a second and focus on their Alliance hub. It's very much in the favor of the Red Alliance so far, the shared hub. And now both teams are focusing on the Alliance shipping hub. We've got a blue robot focused and ready to go on that duck spinner, making sure not to turn it before 30 seconds.
Wow, we're not even in endgame yet, where points really start to count up, and we already see huge scores from red team. I'm very excited to see if they're able to get this competition's record.
Yeah, both alliances getting ready for that duck right before endgame starts. There it is.
Yeah, they're able to start right away. So actually we saw Tactical Sheep has been doing the ducks for most of their previous matches, but their alliance partner is doing it now. So it looks like maybe they disconnected, or I'm not sure what happened with them.
Good question, yeah.
Yeah, it does look like they're trying to fix their robot right now.
Yeah, luckily they're in the warehouse in endgame, so they'll get points for that.
Yeah.
All right. A very high scoring match so far. Preliminary score of 151 to 40.
Yeah, but remember, they haven't counted the tip yet. Oh, I think
171.
Yep, and there it is.
Will this beat the high score of the day? We'll find out.
9 ducks. That's amazing.
It's by both alliances here. All right. The tension builds. This was the last match of this particular cohort.
Last match and the best one.
Mm-hmm. I think they're all special in their own unique ways.
Yeah.
They're all great matches.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
But of course, you do see the teams improving as they perform more matches. Here we go with the long-awaited final score: 171 for the Red Alliance, 40 points for the Blue Alliance. A fantastic score. Despite beat that high score, but still a very strong performance, moving 19396 and Team 7 up into the 3rd and 4th spots. Well done, and well done to all the teams in this cohort.
I think that's the 3rd high score of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Fantastic. All right. These teams are all over the rankings. It's still a very strong performance. Of course, we've got one more cohort coming at you here soon. At the end of that, let the chips fall where they may, and that'll determine who is our champion on the field. These almonds, man. Can't get enough of them. So does almond robotics have a favorite type of almond, like the normal like salted kind, or just like completely bare, or like they've even got like cinnamon roasted kind, I think.
Yeah,
actually, almonds.
Yeah, that's actually the story of how we created our team name. We actually just snacked during our robotics meetings all the time. We always ate chocolate almonds. Yeah, we just decided to make it our name. So.
Yep.
There you go. Well done. All right. Our current high score of the day, of course, pulling that up now. Qualification match number 21, a score of 182. Very well done. The autonomous high score was qualification match 7, interestingly enough, with a high score of 58. Well done. Great scores of the day. So, as these teams have loaded out, we'll of course wave goodbye for now. Thank you so much for sticking with us through cohort 3. We'll be back here shortly with cohort number 4, the final but certainly not least important cohort of the day. We're going to have a couple messages to you. Our backstage staff will keep you entertained, keep some pretty pictures on that screen for you. So us commentators will fade away here shortly.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It is so great to see you all. We are getting ready for cohort number 4. They are currently doing their driver's meeting. And Aisha and I were just talking about the championship and how much we are looking forward to that. So what are you looking forward to most?
I'm looking forward to seeing all the other teams there. I mean, there's going to be it's going to be a huge event, 40 teams per cohort. I'm just so excited to see the other teams in the region, with these qualifiers, it's hard to see a lot of other teams since the cohorts are so small.
Yeah. But I do like that you get to see, especially like local teams or like teams that maybe you didn't get a chance to see last year because last season you got paired with one team, which was great. It was great to be able to work with somebody, play on a field, if you did the hybrid events. But now, get to see like 7 or so teams is fantastic. There are people. We were hanging out. We were like, "Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. So good to work with you guys again." It was just a lot of fun. So, but yeah,
definitely.
That's going to be very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's going to be quite a trip for me. I know you're a little bit closer to where it's going to be held. Personally, we're going to have to drive across the entire beautiful state of Virginia to get there.
Oh wow.
Well. All right. And of course, we are currently plugging the events.firstchesapeake.org website. So if you want to see the match schedule or the current rankings, feel free to pop on over to events.firstchesapeake.org. And we've got all sorts of other great information on www.firstchesapeake.org. 2 fantastic sites hosted by our wonderful program delivery partner who is in charge of all of the great matches that you're seeing here today, organizing these events, getting volunteers such as Aisha and I, and just doing so gosh darn much for the FIRST community here in Virginia, DC, and Maryland.
Mm-hmm. Volunteering is so great. I love volunteering. Honestly, it's so fun. And actually, there's an FLL. There's FLL qualifiers that are starting up again, and they need some volunteers. They need people to score the matches remotely. So the FLL qualifiers this month are all remote. So they actually need volunteers to be scorekeepers in the submitted video. So if anyone's interested in doing that, you can totally do it, even as a member of an FTC team. That can be a job for you. Yeah.
Fantastic, yeah. We love helping out all parts of FIRST because we're all just one big family. FLL, FTC, FRC. We're all in this together.
Yeah.
Cooper, good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm great.
Glad to hear it. So what's your favorite part that you're looking forward to for the championship here in April?
I'm really excited for eliminations. I hope we make it, and I'm really excited to see defense, whether that's other teams playing it or us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope we have eliminations. Yeah, I was saying this earlier. In New Jersey, they had played eliminations within a cohort, and then the finalists, the winners from each cohort, came back at the end of the matches to play a real finals.
Duke it out.
Yeah, I really like the New Jersey system. I hope Chesapeake does something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is hilarious because I know Chesapeake is listening on this.
Yeah, just a little suggestion.
We FIRST Chesapeake, you guys should copy New Jersey.
No, we're gonna do it better because we're FIRST Chesapeake.
Exactly.
So, man, I can't wait to see this final cohort, and we'll wait and see how the rankings play out. Will anybody beat the high score of today, 182? A lot of unknowns, but one thing's for sure.
I'm really excited to see. I'm really excited to see members of AOE, which is the club that's competing here, play today. I think that they can break 182 for sure.
All right. Now,
Yep. And the teams we have competing in this cohort are Fairy Tail, Aces, High Point First Robotics, Mechanical Mafia, CES JDS Alliance, Penguins Robotics, Turtles Robotics, and the Sentinels.
Quite the roster. All right. Fantastic team names. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, of course, after the Chesapeake Championship, which will be both FTC and FRC all under one roof, going to be a ton of fun. There's going to be the Houston Championship. So, I love the state of Texas personally. I think that'd be real neat, but, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Worlds, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we can go. I know everyone does.
I really, really hope we can go.
We are trying really hard. Hopefully, it's my senior year, so I just really love to get to go to Worlds for the first time.
Yeah. Of course, there's an easy answer to that. Do what I did. Become a mentor, become a coach, stick around. Alumni do a great job, especially when you can keep in touch with the program. So I am also an alumni ambassador in addition to being the coach of an FTC team, because I really like First and I like sticking around. So I hope that Aisha and Cooper, you guys stick around if you have the opportunity to, help continue the legacy.
Yeah, no, I definitely plan to be an alumni ambassador.
Yeah. So of course, our sponsor for alumni ambassadors is Booz Allen Hamilton. Love them. They're fantastic. Alumni ambassador, the applications typically open up at the end of the season. So if you've just recently graduated out and you're looking for a way to stay in touch and give back, consider becoming an alumni ambassador. Cooper, what were you about to say?
I was going to say, what team do you coach?
Team 4924, the Redbeard Pandas.
Are those is that the team that made the video for states last year?
The video for states last year.
Wasn't there like a promotional states video or something?
Yeah, that was not us, I don't think. Okay. Now, Team 4924 did win the Promote Award at the World Championship.
Yeah.
Couple years ago. There was so the Promote Award, for those viewers who might not know, each year there's a theme released. Something like what has First taught you, or because of First blank. And the idea is that you're supposed to make a 1-minute promotional video based on that prompt, and it gets judged at the, I believe, state and world level. And there's some really well done videos out there. So if you ever have some time, you're thinking, hey, how good is this First program? Feel free to look up Promote Award winners, because there's some really good ones out there.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen a lot of Promote Award videos. They're all great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And of course, another video that includes an award that includes a video, I apologize, is the Compass Award. So the Compass Award is focused on a coach or mentor that means a lot to a team. And you shoot, I believe, a 1-minute video about what makes this particular coach or mentor special. That nominates them. And it's a nice way to, to say, hey, thank you, coach. We appreciate you. That also gets judged at the state and, I believe, world level. So, good stuff. Consider doing it. If there's a particular coach or mentor that's had a big impact for your team, take a look at the Compass Award. So, Aisha, Cooper, do you guys have a particular favorite award?
Honestly, one award that I think is ranked really low, that I think should be ranked higher on like the awards list, is the design award, because I think it incentivizes teams to I guess make like better robots that are Yeah, I really like the design award.
Yeah, like following industrial principles. That's definitely like, like part of first is like building up those like engineering skills that you can use out in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's always great to see like really nice looking custom robots.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. So of course the design award, it doesn't just reward an effective robot, but it has to do with, using a process, design process, to come up with it, using math, using physics, using, like you said, industrial thinking. How does this tie in with the real world? Does this mimic something? Is this easy to fix? Is this hard to break? And all those concepts coming together. So yeah, very good point, Cooper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Personally, I really like the Think Award.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the only like portfolio notebook specific award. I guess I'm a little biased as like the person who's in charge of the portfolio.
Sure.
But like good documentation and like it's a good skill to have,
Yeah, to be able to tell your story, explain your journey.
Mm-hmm.
We are gearing up for match number 1 of cohort 4. 14923 Aces 20096 Sentinels going up against 18792 the Penguin Robots and 19670 Turtle Robots. So we've got two flightless animals here going up against the Aces and the Sentinels.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really interested in seeing how the Blue Alliance performs. And this might be kind of biased because like we scrimmaged with their team, but apparently these two teams got a 200-point match together, like in practice.
Very nice, yeah. So what is scrimmaging done for you guys? Do you recommend other teams scrimmage?
Absolutely.
That was in sync. Perfect.
Yeah, scrimmaging has helped us so much. It's given us so much practice. It's allowed us to meet with a lot of teams that we probably wouldn't have met otherwise. And like if you ever end up competing alongside a team you scrimmage with, like because you practice together, the match is probably going to be a lot higher scoring than you would if you didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, was there any lessons that you guys learned from your scrimmage?
Yeah. For example, we scrimmage with RM and AlphaGo and Robo Troopers a few weeks back, and I think it really showed us like the power of defense in this game.
Very nice. Yeah. That's good when you get, like an early season scrimmage, because that kind of shapes the way that you design the rest of your robot, to learn those lessons early on. But like you were talking about, even a mid-season scrimmage where you could just practice driving and just say, okay, what's the next level? How can I hone in my skills for this next competition?
Yeah, definitely. And it's also really great for practicing like different strategies. Like maybe you have like one team cycling on the shared hub and one team on the alliance hub. Like coordinating both of your robots so that you don't run into each other and slow each other down is really important, because like we see that a lot, like when both teams are going for the freight in the warehouse, they end up running into each other and then both teams end up with like slower cycle time than they would have like practicing by themselves.
Mm-hmm. So one tip is if you have like a spare robot, like an outreach robot or something, that isn't necessarily competition legal, but it still drives, feel free to put that on the field when you're practicing alone, just so that you have another robot to work around and you're used to seeing something. It doesn't have to be up to game specs, but if it can do something like go into and out of the warehouse, and just something for your drivers to go around. That's what I would recommend. We've got a couple of outreach bots that we break out every now and then, and drive them around alongside our robot.
Yeah, I think if you have a lot of budget, it's actually and you're redesigning a robot, is actually a pretty good strategy to keep your old robot, even if you're building a new and improved one, because it allows you to be able to scrimmage well.
Yes, exactly. All right. Over on our side of the screen, we can see teams gearing up for the first match, bringing their controllers to the field. Never forget those, because that would be quite unfortunate if you just hit start on your robot controller. Fantastic autonomous, and then when they say driver pick up your controllers, well, that almost happened to a team that we were partnered with, but luckily just before the drive team just looked down and said, "Hey, where's your joysticks? Where's your controllers?" So.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to forget things. Actually, in our cohort, there was a team that accidentally started the wrong autonomous program, and then like touching the phone after it's been randomized, so they got a minor penalty for that.
Yeah.
So it's important, make sure to have a little bit of practice, just like simulating the competition conditions, like just setting a timer and running like actual matches during drive practice. You can practice like, starting the program, basically like just practice every little thing, because you never know what's gonna go wrong in the competition.
Practice like you play. We've got somebody in the Twitch chat here saying thank you for our commentary. We appreciate you as well, viewer. Which team is being interviewed / talking? Well, we've got Aisha and Cooper here from Almond Robotics, and then of course myself, and I am the head coach of Team 492 for the Redbeard Pandas. So we're just giving the commentary as we wait for this match to start.
Ethan, were you an alum of First?
Yeah. So I was I was in every program that I could have been in. FLL, FTC, FRC. So they didn't have junior FLL when I was that age. But if they did, I probably would have done it. So I was a founding member of the 4924. We were then the Tuxedo Pandas, but ever since I took charge, we became the Redbeard Pandas. We've got randomization number 4 on the field. Those ducks are going to be on the left side of the robot's perspective, and that's going to correspond to the bottom level of the Alliance shipping hub. We've got an autonomous starting. The Blue Alliance has decided to sit down for this particular part of the match. Nothing wrong with that. Take it easy, relax. We've got a blue blue duck being spawned off the carousel. Red also spinning a duck off. A great start to this cohort. Very strong autonomous. Blue is dropping one.
The Blue Alliance looks like they were able to score both of their preloaded freight onto the correct level. That's going to give them an amazing advantage here.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
On both sides, fantastic autonomous points.
Yeah, going to teleop with almost 100 points on both sides already. It's going to be really interesting to see if these teams can break 100 or even like 200 points in this match.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Really exciting.
What a start. Already teams are focused on that shared hub. Blue is the first to drop one on, but Red is quick to answer coming over here. Can they deliver? We've got two teams also focused on Alliance
looks like the shared hub's just been tilted a little bit. We'll see what the refs have to say about that.
Yeah. And like we were saying at the beginning of last cohort, it's the first match. You got to get the nerves out. You got to remember what it's like to be in a competition. Oh, look at that.
It seems they've tilted the hub. I think they had
like a heavy cube.
Very heavy cube on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that
definitely
was like
a great
perfect placement
strategy.
of the heavy cube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well
it's still like the scores are really close on both sides.
This is actually like insane.
These are amazing.
Past 100 points with 60
We still have a minute remaining.
Yeah. And game hasn't even started, which is like where we see points really climb. So I'm really excited to see how these teams do.
Looks like a ball went rolling from the red warehouse. You got to be careful about that. The referees are watching.
Yep, and it looks like they did get a minor for that.
Yeah. It seems that even though they have a minor, they still have 100 points.
Yeah.
It's really impressive.
Yeah.
So we've got the robots in the corners.
Carousel starting as endgame.
Wow, is this team calving?
Oh, looks like
we
it.
have a cap from Turtles. Oh, they dropped it.
This might be our first attempt.
Really close.
Or at least in the first, second, and third. I mean, first and third cohort.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of teams try for it. Oh, they got it with the second capstone.
No, I think this might break 200 points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, first match.
Yeah, and this is already unofficially a high score.
Ooh,
Yeah, I think that this is definitely... And they don't even have the tilt yet. This is...
Oh, yeah. This is huge. Unofficial score of 170 to 215. What a way to start off the cohort. That is very impressive from the Red and Blue Alliance.
I am so proud.
I know Cooper knows the members of Penguins really well.
Yeah. We mentored them and scrimmaged with them.
That's fantastic. You love to see it.
Great to see.
All right. So we don't expect those scores to waver too much. It looked like a very clean match. A couple of bumps here and there, but nothing too major. Here we go with the scores. Cooper, tell me about them.
Yeah, it seems we did actually get a high score of 215. In autonomous, they actually tied, which is really interesting. In driver control, is pretty close as well, with only a 10-point difference. And then in endgame, it seemed that was like the big deciding factor in this match. They got, I believe, a cap and all ducks, which is like really impressive. And then there was only actually one penalty this match for a minor, and both teams still scored ridiculously high. I think they're both top 5 scores of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, definitely. And those 78-point autonomous, I think, would also be our high score, autonomous high score of the day.
Yeah, looks like it. All right. So we've got somebody in the Twitch chat talking about scrimmaging. Absolutely, yeah. So thanks to the ever-present COVID, it has been hard to organize a scrimmage. But I mean, there are ways to do it. You know, you hate to do it as a coach, but if you have to limit the team, it to just the drive team, that's one way to limit the number of people. And it depends on your parent organization too. You know, if you're a school team, of course, you gotta abide by the school rules. Whereas if you're a community team, you could be a bit more flexible. And it is tough to collaborate with teams during these times. We're looking forward to next season, though. We definitely expect it to be better.
Yeah, for sure. And teams, like, it's definitely more convenient for teams that have like other teams that work in the same place as them. You know, like for us, we sometimes work at our local public library, and there's 2 other FTC teams that also share that field, so we're able to scrimmage with them. And there's also more teams like in like very close by in the same area. So we're actually very lucky we live in an area that has a very high density of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many teams in the area we're around. Like there's so many teams that we can scrim with. It's actually like this Chesapeake is like I think the second biggest region, like second most populated region in terms of team rank. So it's definitely like a great place to be if you want to practice with other teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're certainly grateful to be part of it. So we're gearing up here for the second match. Still waiting for a couple of teams to get to the field, but we're hoping it's going to be another high-scoring one. I seem to see the Turtles here again. Back-to-back matches are always interesting, but as long as the robot looks good, it's no worries, right?
Yeah, I think actually is Turtles a surrogate this match, or are they actually up?
That's a good question. Yeah, let's go over to the let's do our little behind the scenes work here.
Yeah, it seems they're a surrogate actually.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining us, you're not quite sure what a surrogate match is. It means that this will not count towards their overall rankings and score, but it will count for their alliance partner. And that's just due to scheduling. If there's a particular hole, and we try to make it so that everybody plays 5 matches. Everybody gets 5 matches that counts towards their score, but every now and then we need a little surrogate match in there. So anytime that a team is a surrogate, it's more drive practice for them, and it's a nice way to be gracious and professional.
Yeah,
Yep,
I think.
but I don't think this match specifically is a surrogate.
Gotcha.
It looks like we have all the original teams on there.
Is Turtles? Maybe
Turtles is not there.
Okay. Yeah, but in general, if you have the chance to play a surrogate match, I would definitely recommend it because it's a great chance to get more driver practice in.
Yeah. All right. We got more teams on the field. Looks like 4 teams. We've gotten some fans for the Penguins in the chat. We always love to see support for the teams here. So sometimes I wonder about, who is the audience that's watching? Is it teams that have competed already? Is it teams that are getting ready to compete? Or is it teams just from different regions? Is it families? I'm always curious as to who makes up our viewership. Here we go with the match preview. 15308 Fairy Tale paired with 16789 High Point First Robotics up against the Blue Alliance 13770 14691 Mechanical Mafia. Randomization number 1 corresponding to the lowest level of that Alliance hub. It's going to be a fun match, I can tell. The suspense builds.
And it looks like Fairy Tale is the only team here that's put their team-specific shipping element on the field.
We were talking about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Really ought to bring
And they're
something.
doing the carousel. Okay, so I think both alliances have gotten a delivery and a full park in the depot and a half partial park in the warehouse.
Yeah, very.
But the Red Alliance does have an advantage for scoring on the top level.
Yeah, other than that, a very parallel autonomous from both the blue and the red. Getting ready for teleop here.
Pick up your controllers.
And we are
3, 2,
as Aisha
1.
said, red has the slight advantage, but that could change. We've got a blue robot that was a little bit caught up on the warehouse, but they got themselves off just fine. One red robot in the warehouse.
They might be a little stuck again. I think their alliance partner is trying to go through the gap there.
Very nice. Yeah, and that's what it's all about, is trying to figure out who goes over the gap, who goes over the barriers. How do you get that work around? And in general, we recommend only having one robot in the warehouse when you can.
Yeah,
We've got
definitely.
On the Red Alliance shipping hub, we've got 3 up in that top level so far. We've got 2 blue robots near theirs.
Now, it looks like the Red Alliance is trying to go for the shared hub, but they might have just pushed it there. So that may be a penalty.
Yeah. That blue robot, 13770, that is wicked fast. He is going all over the field. Looks like they're trying to get something and deliver it here with that little gate arm of theirs. We've got red scoring yet another on the top level here.
It's really interesting to see how fast this robot cycles. They've already gotten 5 in top, which is actually most teams have not gotten like anywhere near that, which is pretty interesting. Because a lot of teams have prioritized doing the shared hub this year. But it's interesting to see a robot that has prioritized high.
And in the game here, we've got robots spinning ducks left and right, and time is winding down. The score is very even right now.
It's going to be a close match for sure.
Blue Alliance. On the Blue Alliance, it looks like when they were scoring their duck, it actually hit their robot before hitting the ground. So they're not going to get points for all of their ducks, even though it looks like all of them were delivered onto the field.
That's right. Is very particular about how you spin those ducks.
Yep, and the Red Alliance did end up getting a major penalty for moving the shared hub.
Well, So we've got a question here in chat, wondering about, do today's matches count in the same ones as yesterday? No. So yesterday's matches were separate from today's matches. So these 4 cohorts are all together competing, and we have a score here of 87-79. Red will take it. A very strong performance, even with that penalty that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, without the penalty, Red could definitely be past 100.
All right. So it looks like cohort 4, sorry, is going to have a lot of high-scoring matches. Maybe they've had enough time to eat their lunch, get that energy going, or something like that. But I'm sure there's been some strong performance. Cohort 3, which I also got to see, was doing a great job. And of course, you all got to see cohort 1, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We're getting ready for qualification match number 30 out of 37. We've got 19670 Turtles going with 16789 High Point up against 20096 the Sentinels and 14691 the Mechanical Mafia. As we mentioned before, those ranks do seem a little low, but that's because this is the first matches that these teams are playing. So as they play more matches throughout the day, their ranks will jump up and reflect that.
Yeah, I think after this match and like future matches, we'll definitely see these teams climb up the rankings really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, these have been very high-scoring matches in cohort 4.
Yeah. And it's only the second one.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. Both of these two rounds were like really high-scoring matches, and they just got on the field. So I'm really excited to see what these teams can do later on into this competition.
Okay. So we've got teams placing their shipping elements on the field, making sure their robots are set and ready. Got to put those ducks on the carousel exactly where they need to be. So, what have you guys learned about the ducks? What determines a good duck spin versus a bad duck spin? We talk a lot about practicing doing the ducks in end game. So, what have you learned from that? Is there like a particular trick to it that teams should know?
I don't know if there's a particular trick to it. I think like once you sort of have your human player and drivers like practice in tandem, you sort of get the hang of it. Like it's really important when the human player puts the duck on the carousel that they don't like make it wobble. The duck has to be completely still before the wheel starts spinning, because if you start spinning it while the duck is wobbling, there's just a huge chance it's gonna fall right off.
Yeah. For ducks, there are a lot of like penalties you can get because so you have to make sure you have to place it on like right next to the beam, and you have to make sure you're not placing it while there's another duck on it. And also it's important to place it I think not towards the very edge, because it's going to cause the duck to fall off really easily.
Right. So we have a question here in chat talking about the team elements. Are teams using Vuforia, TensorFlow? What? So I know personally the Red Beard Pandas use OpenCV, which it takes a 2D image and it focuses more on the color and the grouping of a particular color. We look for yellow. We look for where's a nice big block of yellow and where is that on the field.
Yep, on almonds, we also use OpenCV. Actually, what we do is when we're on the Red Alliance, we have a blue shipping element. And then when we're on the Blue Alliance, we have a red shipping element, just to make it stand out more in comparison to the other pieces of tape on that barcode.
Yeah, we actually take two. We just take two cups, and like one of them is red, and the other one we just took blue tape and wrapped around it, and it actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, if it's simple and works, then there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. So the other day, one of our great commentators, Niall, asked me to bring my team shipping element in front of the camera. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me here today. He thought it looked like a chess piece. What it actually is a piece of PVC duct taped with yellow tape, and also a 3D printed pirate hat duct taped on top. So, Niall, that one's for you. You're asking me about it. That's what the Redbeard Panda's shipping element was.
Yeah, I think it's great to see like a lot of really innovative shipping elements that I think are, and like I think shipping elements definitely like set teams apart, and there are a lot of them that are very unique. For example, I saw AlphaGo shipping element, and it was a mini shipping hub, and I thought it was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I saw one team earlier. It looked like they had a Sky Stone as their team shipping element.
Was that us? We had a cut Sky
We
Stone.
had a 3D printed piece of a Sky Stone. We actually, like capping here is like, in a way, it's pretty similar to back in Sky Stone when there was another capping objective on the tower. And then like some teams just 3D printed like something that could fit within the sort of Lego shape of the stones. We actually had a leftover one of those, and we just cut it to make it smaller, and then used that as our shipping element in our earlier qualifier. But I noticed that like a lot of teams this year, actually, it's kind of interesting, like the double cap strategy, because like in order to get a double cap, your shipping element has to have something that allows another shipping element to go on top of it. So like I've noticed some teams, like a lot of teams use a sort of cup design, but there's also like that 3D printed sort of tapered design that looks just like the shipping hub on the top of it, like that sort of PVC cylindrical shape. And that makes it easier to get a double cap. And I think it's interesting to see what maybe like there'll be more similarity as we go towards championships, as more teams start to do capping as one of their major objectives.
Yeah, I think definitely keeping in touch with other FTC teams in the community, and like trying to make a like shared cap that everybody uses is definitely something that I hope happens in Chesapeake, because I think it would like boost scores a lot, and I think it would make games a lot more fun.
Speaking of games that are a lot of fun, we are in autonomous here. We've got 4 robots moving. One has gone to the blue side and spun a duck. We've got a red robot on the hub, dropping off that block into the correct level as denoted by the randomization at the beginning, and is now trying to spin a duck. Can they do it? Didn't look like it quite connected, but that's all right. Very strong start. Lots of robots parked. So Red's going to have the slight advantage here at the end of autonomous.
3, 2,
as we transition
1.
into teleop. The robots have started to unfold.
Yep, and definitely like I'm noticing that for a lot of teams that don't score their preloaded freight during autonomous, they're able to like immediately score it on the top level during teleop, which I think that's a good strategy. And it even like can give your teammate like some more time to get situated in the warehouse, so you have less of those colliding with each other. Like definitely like finding other ways to get freight rather than having both teams go into the warehouse at the same time is like an important thing to sort of strategize.
Couldn't agree more. We've got looks like one red robot is thinking about going to the shared hub. They just dropped the block that they were holding, unfortunately. We've got one blue robot scoring on their alliance hub, one blue robot in the warehouse.
Oh, looks like the Red Alliance has just turned the shared hub, which is going to be a penalty there.
Mm-hmm. In general, you want to avoid touching that shared hub. It is just such an easy way to get penalties. Even though it's such an important way to get points, it's just such a fine balancing act. We've got another score on the top of the blue Alliance hub. We've got a blue robot getting ready for those ducks as we move into endgame here. A red robot also doing the ducks. Who's going to come out ahead? Blue does have an advantage currently.
Well, we'll see if Red can close the gap by doing these ducks. ducks are definitely one of the most high scoring things in this game, and I can't really stress that enough. So it's definitely possible, based on penalties.
Yeah, but it actually looks like on the Blue Alliance, they were able to score every single one of their ducks and have surpassed 100 points unofficially.
Fantastic. Yeah, it looked like there was just about to be a red robot scoring on that shared hub. Maybe that would have tipped the scales. Pun not intended. All right. So we are waiting on the official scores here. A very strong match overall. A couple bumps here and there, but the robots were moving around. There was one red robot that seemed to get a little caught up in the corner of that warehouse. Hopefully they can work out that issue. Can't tell if they were stuck on something. In particular, the ducks can sometimes be something that you run over and get stuck on. We've got
a really close match. Both teams have quite high scores, especially even though they both have like penalties. These scores are both really high.
Yeah, definitely. We have a 37-point autonomous to 26-point autonomous, but the Blue Alliance had the advantage in teleop, both 8 to 30, and slightly in endgame with 64 to 67. However, the Red Alliance did get a major penalty for rotating the shared shipping hub, and the Blue Alliance got a minor penalty for warehouse operation. Yeah, and really, the penalties here are decided by the refs. Looking in the chat here, it's really up to the refs whether or not they call penalties for warehouse operations when a ball rolls out, because that does happen quite often. And like in the game manual, actually it is like, it's not an immediate penalty when a ball rolls out. It really depends on what the refs say is the intent of the team, like whether they were intentionally or maybe not intentionally, but they were aware that they were transporting multiple freight out of the warehouse. So it really depends. And I know something that the refs have been saying in the driver meetings is if you accidentally knock a wiffle ball out of the warehouse, what you should do is actually chase after it, because if you do that, you won't get a penalty, because it's like you were trying to transport that freight out of the warehouse legally.
Yeah. If you knock the ball out, but you follow it out, it doesn't count as a penalty because you were basically taking the ball out. So yeah, that's legal.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. There's that shipping element that I was talking about. You can see it over on the us commentators can see it thanks to our fantastic camera angles. But it's in the top right feed if you guys can see it.
Yep. Team 14923. Looks like they're using an old Skystone as their team shipping element.
Mm-hmm. We've got a fan of the Aces in chat here, cheering them on. We wish them the best of luck as well. Unfortunately, there's not much that those commentators can do from up in this top right corner. All right.
I'm excited to see what scores can be gotten in this round, because it seems that we have two robots again from the same club that Turtles and Penguins are from on the same team. So I'm interested to see.
And here Penguins Robotics on the Red Alliance do have our high score of the day of 215 points.
Of course, they're paired with 15308 Fairy Tale up against 13770. The Lions paired with 14923 Aces. All right. So we are qualification match number 31 out of 37. So we are inching closer to the end of the day here. If you've been with us this whole time, we really do appreciate it. We love it when people get excited about robotics and watching these Twitch streams. And we love your commentary in the chat. We love to see people cheering them on. We've got the randomization over here going for that top level of the Alliance shipping hubs.
Yeah, super lucky here. I think last time Penguins with the high score, that was a top level randomization as well.
Wasn't that a low level?
Was it? Oh, actually, it might have been low level. Anyway, either way, top level, you know, it's a good sign. It's promising. You get a lot of points in autonomous and get off to a strong start.
And away we go. Robots are moving. A lot of activity on the red side. Looks like a double deposit, potentially.
Yep, and it looks like they were able to score both of their preloaded freight onto the top level. And since both teams had their own team shipping element on the field, they're going to get a bonus for that.
Yeah.
And just as I said, off to a really strong start here. With 78 points once again at the end of autonomous. Super consistent. That's actually the same as they got last time in our high score match.
Pick up your controllers.
And blue fell just short of spinning that duck off. We've got
again, we're into quals with a really high. We're into teleop with a really high score again. Let's see if they can break 200 again.
Yep. And it looks like Penguins is using a strategy they've used at previous qualifiers for scoring on the shared hub, where they actually go at it from the barrier and put their wheels inside the barrier there. But it looks like they did nudge it a little bit. And we'll see if the refs are going to call penalties on that.
Yeah, this is the strategy I mentioned earlier doing event 3. Yeah, I mean like during cohort 3.
Yep.
Yeah, if you could go at it.
We've lost video feed for a second here.
We'll be getting that back up here shortly. But you've got a still frame image of what we were last looking at. So if you're...
All right, it looks like it's back for me. So, both teams are fighting over the shipping hub here, but the Blue Alliance actually did rotate it a little bit. So that may be a penalty for them. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, 15308 has been scoring on the top level of their Alliance hub. But it looks like, they got stuck on the barrier, but Penguins actually helped them out by giving them a little push. Really great teamwork there.
Yeah. Everybody works better when we all work together.
Yep. And on the Red Alliance, we have the carousel, or they're gearing up to do the carousel. But on the Blue Alliance,
Penguins push the
they're able to do
I don't
it
know
too.
if it's enough for it to count as a major, though. I mean, Red Alliance.
All right. Blue is taking revenge on that duck. Unfortunately, they spin it back in the opposite direction. There we go. They've got it figured out.
Yeah, it seems Penguins is trying to cap. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah.
I think they have a magnet for their cap.
Yeah, they do. So they use a magnet in their shipping element, which allows them to pick it up. But it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble with it in this match.
Yeah.
But either way, still a very high scoring match once again from them.
Very well done. And we'll wait till those points come in. Yeah, a little bit of trouble on the shared hub side. You can see the state of it currently behind Jeff the ref. A lot of blocks scored on it, but it was a little bit rotated. Might be in favor of the red. We'll see. That's going to be their call.
Yeah, for sure. And already we have an unofficial score of 186, which is our second highest score of the day.
Yeah, they have first and second. This is really impressive.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the shared hub. Not sure if this is going to count as... It looks like it's maybe slightly on the red side, but we'll have to see.
Oh. Very well done. Blue Alliance was keeping it real the whole time, delivering those ducks, scoring on the shared hub especially, and putting up a great match. Keeping those scores up for red, unofficially 214 to 60. We'll see if that changes anymore.
Wow, this is... It seems
consistency.
That we were pushed down to 194, but that's still an incredibly high score.
Yes.
I am quite blown away.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of it's been coming from those autonomous periods. You know, that the 78-point autonomous gets you so far. And here we go with the final scores. Red will take it, a score of 194 to Blue's 30. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of penalty on both sides. A very strong performance. Lots of moving up in the rankings.
Yeah,
you can see that the two big factors on Red Team's success were their autonomous and endgame, which are two things that are largely neglected, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Like teams, like even if like maybe the cycling isn't as strong as some other teams, like just getting like as many points as possible in autonomous and endgame, it's just like can seriously have a huge effect. And we did see that the Blue Alliance got a major penalty for rotating the shared hub, and on the Red Alliance, 2 minors for warehouse operation.
Mm-hmm. We are geared up and ready to go for qualification match number 32. We're going to be seeing 19670 Turtle Robotics on the red side, joined by their partner 15308 Fairy Tale, going up against 16789 High Point First Robotics, and once again 18792 Penguin Robotics. So there's going to be another great match. I can feel it. We've got a comment here in the Twitch chat talking about spreading out teams. It is entirely random. So on the first Chesapeake sign, they have a button. They hit it. It generates the match schedule, and that's it. So sometimes you get teams.
Actually, I think
I'm pretty sure First tries to keep sister teams together because that way they can arrive at the venue in one group. They don't have to spread out. Yeah.
Right. I think that's what the chat is referring to. Actually, so we see that in a lot of these cohorts, when we have a group of sister teams, they'll all be in the same cohort, just to make it easier for the organization. But yeah, they definitely do have the sister team advantage here.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's a huge advantage to being a sister team, but like there's also a huge advantage to having them in one cohort, which is that they don't all have to arrive at different times, which is probably a huge pain.
Yeah.
So, but
yeah, but working with your sister teams is definitely a huge advantage.
All right. So we've got another exciting match geared up for us here. Can't wait to see it. We might be breaking records left and right. It's been an exciting day so far. Now, so how do you all develop your robot? Is it trial and error? Do you CAD it first? Do you prototype? What's the almond secret, if you don't mind my asking?
Okay. This kind of feels like a judging session. But,
hey, I have been a judge before, so that's probably why it feels like this.
Yeah, okay. I'll just give the same answer I gave to judges this time. Like yesterday. At the start of the season, we built a prototype bot in 3 weeks, which basically had like all of our main mechanisms on it. And then afterwards, we saw that the mechanisms work, so we completely CAD'd our robot in we completely designed our robot in CAD and then built it afterwards.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, perfect. So, of course, yeah, in regards to judging, so what was your guys' takeaway from it, if you don't mind my asking? How do you have any tips for other teams in regards to judging?
Definitely with this style of remote judging, it's really important to practice your question and answer, since you don't have the opportunity to really do a live presentation, and the time you have talking to the judges is all going to be question and answer time. So it's really important to practice being able to answer whatever questions come at you. Usually what we do is we have like our coach ask us some questions, or like just like team members ask each other questions, and then just practice answering them. Another strategy that we use actually is having like each person have a specific sort of area that they specialize in and can answer questions related to that.
Yeah.
I think another strategy is for pit judging. If like you should try to figure out like what, because each judge is like targeting a specific award or two. So if you can figure out what award they're targeting, you can give them the answers that they want.
Exactly. Yes. So typically the way it's been going for first Chesapeake judging sessions is there is an MCI judge, which is a mechanism control innovation, and they're focused on the robot side of things. And then there's a TA, which is team aspects judge, and they're focused on what makes you special as a team. And so one judge focuses on the design and innovate award, the other is focused on connect and motivate, and then some judges behind the scenes are looking over the control award and the portfolios for the think award. So talking about awards, we're talking about points. Should be a lot of points in this match. We have our randomization as you saw on the screen. We are getting geared up and ready to go. Autonomous has started. We've got one red robot did not connect with the Alliance hub, but another one did. We've got a duck spun for the Blue Alliance. Robots positioning themselves on the field. We've got some parking going up. We've got a red robot approaching the duck wheel, spinning, and it's down.
All right, and Penguins was also able to deposit their preloaded freight onto the correct level, which evens it out between the Red and Blue Alliance.
Fantastic, yeah, very, very close match already. 44 to 3.
We had 2 quite high scoring autonomouses.
2, 1.
Very nicely done. So a little bit of commotion. Red is going to be the first to capitalize on the top of that Alliance hub, scoring simultaneously. We have 2 blue robots in the warehouse at the same time, working around each other.
Yep, so it looks like we have Penguins once again going for the shared hub while their Alliance partner does the Alliance-specific hub.
Yeah.
I think shared hub is definitely like a lot more consistent of a thing to do than top, and because it gives you like that consistent tip. So it's good to see teams utilizing strategy. It seems that Penguins slightly nudged the shared shipping hub. I doubt it'll be enough for a major though.
All right, I think both teams have sort of nudged it a little bit, so I don't know if the refs are going to call a penalty on that.
Absolutely.
But actually noticing like the strategies that both teams are using for the shared hub here, it's actually like pretty definitively tilted onto the blue side. And this is because I think, well, not only do they have more freight, but also they have cubes, which are heavier, and they're also placing them directly in the center of their side of the hub rather than on the side. So that definitely helps with tilting it clearly onto the blue side rather than sort of towards the middle.
But on the red side, it's all about that Alliance shipping hub. They've been scoring regularly into the top of that. So
Yeah,
red
and it looks like, they're going for a cap on the Red Alliance here. Let's see if they can get it.
Do it.
Yeah, they were ready to go too.
Oh, and they got it.
Let's see if they can get a double cap. I think they're going.
Looks like they're moving in position.
This might be our first double cap of the day. I'm really excited to see it.
Let's see.
Very late. Come on. It's
almost
wobbly.
there.
They do it.
They did. Oh, I fell off. Really good try there. They almost had it.
Still got really high scores. So I don't.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing scores on both alliances.
That mad dash for the all 4 robots. Wow. What a match. Very high score around, just like you said. Some great strategies going on.
Definitely. And I mean, those endgame points are going to be amazing. 9 ducks on the Red Alliance and 8 on the Blue Alliance.
Now, the hub is very much tilted into the Blues' favor. As we see, referees are adjusting the score. It could be closer than we think.
Wow, this is a really close score. They're within 2 points of each other. It's going to be up to the refs to decide who wins this match. It seems that Red definitely dominated the top of their shipping hub, while Blue went more for the shared shipping hub.
Both teams strong performance on the duck, but Red did have that cap. I believe Blue had the advantage after autonomous. Let's take a look. Here's our final scores. Red will win 163 to 155.
Wow, it's crazy that Penguins is 4th place after only playing 3 rounds.
They're
definitely climbing those rankings like crazy. And we see like really high scores in autonomous and endgame here. Once again, 52 to 47. Driver control, we have 30 to 18, and in endgame, 81 to 90. Really fantastic scores.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody moving up in the rankings. A nice clean match, too. No penalties on either side. You'd love to see it. So Blue did take it away in endgame, but because of Red's strong autonomous and teleop period, that's what's going to give them the W for this particular match.
Yep, but in the end, you know, with these style of qualifiers, whether you win or lose doesn't really matter in the end. It's all about the number of points you score.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we see both teams have scored a ridiculously high amount of points, so I think both teams are probably very happy.
And the commentator this morning is Sean. He is known amongst commentators as numbers guy because he is so good at crunching those numbers. I think the number that he gave to me was 150. If teams are scoring on average 150, then they can take that number one spot.
Yeah, I think so. That's about right.
Yeah.
Currently, we're number one, and our average is like 150. It's like
just about 150.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got qualification match number 33 on the books. 14923 Aces paired with 14691 Mechanical Mafia going up against 20096 the Sentinels and 13770 the Lions. Now, I wonder what that long acronym is for in front of the Lions' names. Is that their school or their organization, or is that? Should I try to pronounce that?
I think it's probably an acronym for their organization.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a question in chat talking about the wiffle balls. So how often do the referees see it? So part of it is, you know, sometimes the referees are focused somewhere else, but the other part is if a robot, you know, clearly was going after that particular ball, and the robot and the ball were moving together as if to say, I was intending to deliver this ball out, and it just so happened to roll away from me. That's one thing. So that's what Aisha and Cooper were talking about earlier. You know, it's all about the intent. You know, can you show that there was intent to chase after that particular ball?
Yep.
And I mean, the judges, I think really don't want to give you penalties. For example, we were there this morning, and every single time us or one of our opponents or teammates knocked a ball out of the hub, they told us that we should go chase it so we don't get a penalty. So judges really don't want to give you penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe sometimes the referees will let you off with a warning, but it's repeated behavior that they tend to notice or penalize.
Are you still eating almonds?
No, actually, I've run out of almonds and I've moved on to this box of chocolates that I have.
This is quite disappointing.
Yeah. I don't think any of these are almond flavored, unfortunately. We've got randomization number 1 over here, corresponding to the lowest level of the Alliance Hub for Autonomous. We've got 4 robots on the field. We've got referees all around it. Looks like it should be another fun match. Robots on the move, going towards those duck spinners. 1 for the red. Can we get 1 for the blue? It's so close. Down it goes. How's the hubs looking?
So it looks like on the Red Alliance we have, they just missed placing their freight on the lowest level.
Mm-hmm. That's all right. A very strong autonomous by both the red and the blue. We've got 1 red robot fully parked in the warehouse, and they are on top of all those freight. Hopefully they can easily roll off.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
There we go.
3,
that they can.
2,
Mm-hmm.
1.
And they deposit the cube into the top level right off the bat.
Uh-huh. Using those preloaded blocks that we were talking about earlier. Red is going to be the first to score on the shared hub. Not enough to tilt it in their favor, unfortunately. Blue is currently focused on the Alliance hub, trying to score in the top. 2 balls just rolled right out of one warehouse and into the other one, so I'm sure Blue appreciates that more for them. Red still focusing on that shared hub, not quite tilting it yet. Both Blue robots focusing on the Alliance hub. Still plenty of time left in this match, over a minute to go. Good movement so far, fairly good field positioning. Yep. Looks like that's gonna tilt the shared hub. Looks like it's in Red's favor, and they're gonna keep going just to solidify that. And that could make the difference, as the preliminary score is 14-29. As we move into endgame here, those robots are close to those duck spinners. Here we go. Could this make the difference? It's been a pretty back and forth match so far. Blue is cranking out those ducks, as is Red.
Let's see who can get more.
So close.
They're tied
Super
on.
close. Looks like they got all the ducks on the Blue Alliance and just now all the ducks on the Red Alliance as well.
Way to go. That's going to be the buzzer. Now, something that I notice a lot of, you look at 13770, I don't mean to pick on them, but they're currently parked in the storage unit at the end of the match. That is worth exactly 0 points in endgame. Where you want to be in endgame is in the warehouse. That's where you get the points. And I know it's easy to make that mistake, especially when you get points for parking in the storage unit at the end of autonomous, but that doesn't carry over to endgame. You want to be in the warehouse.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen a lot of teams making that mistake.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think either of you were around for the year of Velocity Vortex. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, no. My first year was the year right after that.
Gotcha. Well, I'll tell a story about that here. We've got the final scores, and that's much more interesting. We've got a score of 118-97, a very high-scoring match. Everybody moving up in the rankings. Unfortunately, penalties on either side. So it looks like the refs caught some of those wiffle balls moving about. But still, very strong performance. Endgame is where it really made the difference, where Red pulled ahead. And part of that is having the shared hub tilted in their favor.
Right, and I may be wrong, but it did look like both alliances delivered all of their ducks. But definitely some of those ducks on the Blue Alliance, if they touch your robot before touching the ground, or, you know, if they don't get knocked off by the bar, they are not going to count as scored. So that is, I didn't see it too clearly, but most likely that's what happened there.
That is correct, yep. You gotta be careful.
We see another 2 AoE team alliance. Let's see how they can score. See if they can break 200 again.
Yeah. So, of course, we were talking about 20096 and Sentinels paired with 18792 Penguin Robotics up against 14691 Mechanical Mafia and 15308 for qualification match number 34 out of 37. So, in the year of Velocity Vortex, there was a ramp in the corner, and that was kind of the low goal. If you threw balls, if you pushed balls up that ramp, you know, they would go through and fall back down onto the field. That would be worth, I think, 1 point. So that was the way for, if you didn't have any sort of like shooting mechanism to throw balls into the hoop, that's what you could focus on. And for whatever reason, teams saw that there was a ramp on the field, and they just decided, yes, you have to park on that in endgame to get points. That was 100% not the case, but because First has done this so many times before, where anytime there's an incline plane, you park on it, you get points, teams would make a mad scramble to those ramps in the last 30 seconds. So much so that they were ignoring other endgame points to focus on getting on that ramp when it was just not worth anything. And that's why it's so critical to read the rules and to fully understand the game.
Yeah, definitely reading the rules. Like, just read the whole game manual, to be honest.
Yeah, guys, just read Game Manual 1 and 2.
And Game Manual 0.
Yeah, Game Manual 0, the most comprehensive guide to FTC.
Yep.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Whew. Hard to believe that this competition has been going on for, according to our Twitch counter, 7 hours and 29, almost 7.5 hours. Wow. What a day. And of course, this is a continuation because there was matches on Saturday. So, sorry, two separate tournaments, but there were matches on Saturday for Alexandria 2. This is Alexandria 4. But just non-stop, 10 hours yesterday. Oh my goodness. That is very impressive. Speaking of impressive, we are in autonomous period here in this match. We've got robots approaching the carousels, robots dropping off.
Let's see if they can spin the carousel. It seems that they couldn't totally spin it.
Yeah, it was close. You got to make good contact. Penguins dropping off their block. Unfortunately,
Oh, it just missed.
One trick I think for your carousel stalling, because you can see they moved it a little bit. And I think a good trick to prevent this is literally just to have you spin the carousel for like which is
during auto, spinning the carousel for longer than you need to can help if it gets messed up just a little bit.
3, 2,
and something that would be very helpful is if there's a way to know that you're in contact with the carousel, you know, because if you're just a millimeter away from it, that can make all the difference. So if you have some sort of sensor or something to be able to detect and tell that you are in fact touching it, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Sensors are really important in autonomous. They can really just like make the difference, you know, between a good autonomous and a great autonomous.
Absolutely.
It seems Penguins is trying to score on shared right now.
Yep, Penguins have been pretty successful with the shared hub with that strategy there.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams actually have quite a few fright on the top. It's quite interesting.
Yep, and it looks like Penguins, you know, with that one heavy cube, they were able to get a really definitive tilt for their side. So they're going to head over to their Alliance-specific hub now. I actually really like that strategy, you know, like as soon as you get a heavy cube, just use that because that's all you need to get the tipping points. And then after that, just go for where you can get the most points, which would be on the highest level.
Yeah, that was something we actually tried doing during our something we tried doing, but sadly we can't actually score shared. Our robot's too big. Yeah, which is pretty funny.
It's important that you recognize that, though. All right, here we go. End game.
It seems Penguins have already gotten a cap on.
Oh wow, they were ready for it this time.
And unfortunately, their other team shipping element looks like they ran over it earlier.
Oh yeah, it's been a little crushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was noticing during Teleop on the Red Alliance, that sister team advantage was really coming in well. I mean, the coordination with which they alternated going to the warehouse and their Alliance-specific shipping hub, I mean, you can definitely tell they practiced that.
Yeah, definitely. This is a huge advantage of having a, like, team skilled with.
Super close scores there.
135. Wow, that is ever so close.
I think this should be enough for Penguins to take second place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I bet they got one more match, too.
Yeah, they're well on their way to passing us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their scores have been so consistent. Sad at the same time. Yeah.
Something that I really do appreciate seeing, at the top of your screen, you see everybody's legs. That means that the teams aren't just in their pit focusing purely on their robots. They are standing there at the field watching these matches, and I can't hear them, but I'm hoping that they're cheering everybody on, because even though we're not allowed to bring in spectators or parents, I still hope there's that energy there. Here we go.
That was right. They did actually move up to second.
Yep.
It's crazy that they got 148, but still got a minor penalty. And on blue team, they didn't have any penalty, still scored really the 141 score. I think.
I mean, over 100 points just came from endgame alone. I think this is the highest scoring endgame we've seen all game and all day. And this was because, first of all, they got 10 ducks, which, you know, from putting both of their team shipping elements onto the field, you can have 10 ducks to score during endgame. And then also that cap.
Yeah, this is really impressive, for sure.
So well done. And of course, a very strong performance by the Blue Alliance as well, 14691 and 15308. Also moving up in the ranks, 15308 moving into the 5th seed. Congratulations. We'll see if they move up anymore.
Yeah, these are some really high-scoring robots.
Qualification match number 35. We've got High Point Robotics, followed by the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions. I finally figured out what that acronym's for. They're up against 14923 Aces and 19670 Turtle Robotics. Alrighty. Going to be yet another exciting match. We are getting close to the end of the day here, unfortunately, but we've absolutely loved this time that we've spent with all of you viewers. Makes it so that we're not just talking to ourselves, even though we do enjoy talking to one another. We appreciate you all coming out here to help support these teams, cheer them on. Every now and then there's been a little discussion in the comments section. We love to see it.
Yeah, let's see if we can get another high-scoring match in this one.
Absolutely. Records were made to be broken.
For sure.
Yeah. Alright, so it looks like on the Red Alliance here, neither team has put out a team-specific shipping element, but on the Blue Alliance, both teams have.
Yeah.
So if they're able to get that vision bonus, it's going to be a big advantage for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, it's 20 points compared to 10 points if you use the team-specific shipping element.
Yep. And even if you're not going for the hubs, it still helps to have one, because that's another duck in your inventory to be able to spin an endgame. So, if you do have a team shipping element, but you choose not to put it on the field for whatever reason, you can also spin that off and it counts the same as a duck. The problem is, it's an unknown variable, and people train on those ducks. They know exactly how much they weigh, they know exactly where to put them, and they know the exact speed. So when you put your shipping element there, it's a question mark. But we've got autonomous going on here. We've got robots moving all over the field. Some depositing. Oh, unfortunately,
the Red Alliance has gotten a duck. Let's see if they can park.
Sadly, so it looks like the Blue Alliance tried to go for a duck, but they weren't able to get it.
Barely fell short. All right. But we've got one blue robot parked fully in the warehouse. We've got one blue robot parked partially, it looks like, in that
Might
story.
be fully.
It's all so close. It's all a
Wow,
nice.
this is
pick up your controllers.
very close to Thomas. Only a 1 point
3,
difference.
2, 1.
Let's see who can win this match.
Mm-hmm. So I believe earlier I was talking about how the ducts can get caught under your tires. Last year it was the rings. Those rings would just get locked up in one of your tires, and you could just. There was very little that you could do about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Having good ground clearance is important for not getting stuck on things, or just having like some sort of blockings, like whether it's side plates or something else to protect the bottom of your robot.
Yeah, especially this season, ground clearance is like not only good for that, but with ground clearance you're able to clear the barriers really easily, even if you don't have something like a suspension, as you see a lot of teams doing, like Penguins. Or
Yeah,
Wizards.
a lot of teams have been using like wheels with really big diameters, and that's allowing them to cross the barrier easily.
Solid plan. So we've got blue robots focusing both on the shared hub and the alliance hub, doing pretty well. Red has been trying to get something going on the shared hub. Looks like they've got one block in their favor. Those robots are butting up against each other. Still not quite definitively tilted in either direction. As we get closer to endgame here, we see blue make a mad dash for the carousel, spinning some ducks off. Very nice. That could give them the lead because
and their blue alliance is also looks like they're going for a tilt on the shared hub, but I'm not sure if they were able to get it completely. Gonna try and place another freight on there right before the buzzer goes off.
Mm-hmm. Can they do it? Blue alliance has taken the lead here in these last couple seconds. That's going to call time. Scores are still being calculated. A very nice match all around. It looked very clean. I didn't see a lot of issues in terms of penalties. Maybe a ball rolling out here and there.
Wow, it's really interesting to see that this team put 3 cubes or 3 fright into the I forgot the name of it.
Storage unit.
The box on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name. But it's an interesting strategy that I haven't actually seen any teams do.
No, I mean, that's the thing about teleop period. Like if your robot malfunctions or something, you always want to be doing something. You don't want to just sit and wait until end game. If you can just move stuff around sometimes, that makes the difference. And here we go.
And I mean, a lot of people forget, but scoring in the depot is also worth points.
Yeah. Even if it's only, I believe, 1 point each, that can still make a huge difference in terms of your placing. If you do a lot of it.
Score.
If you do a lot of it.
118. So even though blue did get a large penalty there, but everybody moved up in the rankings. Well done. 19670 moving up into the 6th spot. Very notable. Congratulations to them. That is the Turtles.
Yep, and I think Turtles actually still has one more match left to play, if I'm not wrong.
Ooh.
Do they?
Them and Penguins. Looks like they're going to be contesting.
Let me check one more time.
It seems
Turtles, yeah, they played 4. Yep, so Turtles, Fairy Tail, and Penguins all in really high ranks here, and Sentinels actually. And Penguins they've all played 4 matches.
Penguins actually only needs 41 points in their next match to get first, and judging on like how they've been doing all day,
we'll see if they
can do it.
Never quite know.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them. Let's not jinx them, but it's looking good.
I should only want to jinx them.
Yeah, because here in first, even though Aisha and Cooper are competitors in this competition, we still wish the best for all of the teams.
Yep. I mean, these teams are just doing so amazing.
Oh yeah, very impressive stuff.
We see Penguins on the field again. Let's see if they can get 41 points.
Can they do it? Do you think they're just gonna stop? Like they'll get 40 points and then they'll just call it a day?
Yeah, that's what they should do.
Wow.
As friends.
No, I think they should get a high score.
I think that they could definitely pass 200 again this match.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to see if they can hit 900 ranking points actually, or even possibly 1,000.
My goodness. Can't wait to see that. All right. So we're enjoying a nice Sunday with the robots. You know, some people watch Sunday football. We're watching Sunday robots. Still a lot of contact. It's more of a contact sport than we like to admit. Between the robots, not the students.
Yeah, they're definitely it definitely is quite a contact sport, especially during elimination matches, which sadly there aren't any today.
Yeah. I'm actually really happy that we competed at one of the earliest qualifiers in December. It was like the very beginning of December. But actually we were able to play elimination matches, and we were also able to have like a pit area with a lot of teams there at once. So I'm super grateful we got to have that.
Oh yeah. Very impressive. And yeah, what's interesting about the pits is that, you know, normally they were like just a folding table. But the pits this year, at least in Fairlawn, they were more like world style. You got like a 10 by 10 square on the ground, and that was all yours. And you could fill it up however you wanted. And you didn't have to worry about somebody being immediately next to you, immediately behind you, and not being able to get fully around your robot. So I really did appreciate that. I thought it was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, the venue here in Alexandria is really big. It's like a whole cleared out cafeteria.
Yeah,
and basically you can set up wherever you want in that big area.
It's really, really nice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a huge area where like you can sit anywhere and then just like talk to other teams and stuff.
That's great. Yeah, you love to see it. I was worried that they were going to have like, you know, polycarbonate boxes or something, and they would lock you in it between matches, and like you can't talk to other teams. But no, it's been really great to be able to go talk to other teams about strategy, or just to catch up, to say, hey, what's this thing do?
Yeah, I mean, the interaction of FTC competition is definitely really nice.
So how have you all been interacting with anybody digitally? Is there like a network that you guys use, or is it a secret?
The FTC Discord, guys.
Cooper knows a lot about this one.
Advertising the FTC Discord.
Yes, the FTC Discord is a public server. There's tons of really experienced teams on there. So much mentorship happens. Like if you have a question about like literally anything, you can go on the FTC Discord and ask, and there's tons of people there that can answer you.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it. You almost never see any football team saying, hey, anybody know a good play that we can use? And people actually answering. All right. So this is going to be our second to last match. Let me enunciate that a bit better. Second to last match here of the day. And we've got randomization on the field. So that means we are just about ready to go. Those robots are moving, all four of them. And I always love to see that. Even if your robot just moves forward and autonomous, moving is so great.
It seems Penguin has gotten the duck. Let's see if they're going to do preload like they have previous matches.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they're going for it. Look, they're slightly off center though. Yeah, they aren't able to get it, unfortunately.
I think that's a full park actually.
Looks like
so
it, yeah.
Full park, both full parks on red, but both partial parks on blue.
So blue does have the slight advantage. 41 is the number
Drivers,
that
pick
the
up your
Red Alliance
controllers.
is looking to get.
3, 2,
Yeah, they are.
And they're already like more than halfway there.
But anything can happen.
That's
Blue
true.
Alliance going
Yeah.
Alliance Shipping Hub as is red. Taking some trips into the warehouse. We'll see if the Penguins go for the shared hub. Looks like there's going to be a little battle Blue is the first to score on the shared hub. Not enough to tilt it, though. So we'll see if the Penguins have an answer to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but it looks like the shared hub is actually getting rotated quite a bit.
Yeah,
So
I don't
we'll see
know if they'll call
if they're
penalty on that, though. I guess
yeah,
it's...
and Penguins are able to tilt the hub back in their favor. It looks like their partner actually has disconnected inside the warehouse, which again is a really unfortunate place to get disconnected in.
It seems that they have passed the 41-point mark, guys.
Oh my goodness. 43 points. They have
43 whole points.
All right.
And they're still going strong, cycling on the high level.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can get another high score. See if they can break 800 total ranking points. That'd be great to see.
Blue Alliance is trying to get that shared hub tilted back in their favor. It looks like it is currently balanced. Now, I'm not sure if that's because of the blocks on it, or there was a little bit of Blue pushing down on it with their arm, which is generally discouraged.
Okay,
It is
if they can break 100 points using these ducks, if they can get all of them, they can easily pass.
Yep, and it's like they're ready with the ducks.
It seems that the human player missed 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's what you guys were talking about earlier. It's just that practice.
4.
To remain calm, make sure the duck is steady. Look at those scores. It's so close. As the time counts down.
It seems that Blue might be able to pass 100, and same with Red. Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
I think the winner depends on who tilted the hub. It's
so close.
Oh my gosh. Within 1 point of each other. We've got a question in chat asking about the highest score in First Chesapeake so far. I believe that was courtesy of a Maryland team, something like 220. Can't quite remember.
It might have been Armed and Dangerous Alliance with Wizards.
Visage. I can check really quick actually on FTC stats.
Quick look here.
So the top score in Maryland currently is 216, but I have to check Virginia to see what the top score there is.
All right.
Okay, so the top score in Virginia is actually Singularity with 241 points, but remember that this score is remote, and so like it's not as
Here we go. Final scores. 106 points for the Red Alliance, shooting 18792 in the first position. 102, a very, very good performance from the Blue Alliance.
I think this is enough to give 18792 800 ranking points, which is quite impressive. And it seems that all teams in this alliance in this competition actually moved up, so you don't have to win to move up.
Yep, for sure. It's all about how many ranking points you get.
100%. Yeah. So a strong match. No penalties on either side. So Blue Alliance had the stronger teleop and end game, but Red Alliance scored pretty darn well across the board. 26 in autonomous, 28 in driver control, 52 in end game, and that gave them a 4-point lead. But yeah, as you said, it's not necessarily about the wins and losses; it's about the points.
Yep.
Yeah.
And looking ahead at our last qualification match of the day, we have Mechanical Mafia and Turtles Robotics on the Red Alliance, and Fairy Tale and Aces on the Blue Alliance. And actually, Fairy Tale and Turtles Robotics are in 6th and 7th place, respectively. So we'll see what happens after this match.
Yeah. This is going to be close. Could there be any last-minute upsets?
Yep, and their ranking point difference is only 10 points right now, so really anything could happen.
That is terrifying. Oh my goodness.
Well, these are all some really high scores. Let's see who wins.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see this match. This is going to be a great match to close the day on. I always love it when the opening match is strong and when the closing match is strong.
Yeah, for sure.
And I like it when all the matches in between are strong, to be honest. All right, we've got the data here. Straight from First Chesapeake, the high score is 236, so somebody in chat got it right.
I think it was N1, right? Was that
N1?
198.6
paired with 11534. And that was in an Alexandria competition, I think, last 2 weeks ago? 1 or 2 weeks ago. I think 1 week ago. So a very strong performance. Yeah, that was Alexandria qualifier number 1. So 236, everybody. That's the score to beat. We've got a couple more qualifiers to go. So if you're out there, let's see it happen. 237 is what we're looking for. Speaking of 37, we've got randomization. We are getting ready for this final match of the day.
Yep, and already all 4 teams have their team-specific shipping element on the field.
Good sign.
It's actually like a really crucial thing to being able to score well. Turtles and Fairy Tale are 6th and 7th right now, so I guess this match will decide which one of them is higher up on the rankings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go in autonomous. We've got blue robots moving towards their hubs, red robots moving towards their hubs. Looks like a bit of difference of opinion as to what the correct level is. We've got a blue robot that scored on the top level, red that scored on the bottom. Unfortunately, blue accidentally scored one on the bottom. It didn't look like they were aiming for it. We've got some ducks being spun. The blue duck was spun, but the red one was not, unfortunately. But red will still have the advantage in this autonomous period, 42-22. This is going to be quite the battle
Drivers,
for rank
pick up your
here.
controllers. 3,
Yeah,
2,
for sure. And look at the
1.
scores just updated. They're looking a lot closer now, 44-41.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really going to be interesting to see who walks away with a higher place.
Yeah, it looks like they're both alliances have one team heading for the shared hub, and blue is going to get it first, but red is actually going to get the tip because they placed it closer to the edge.
Red got a little caught up on that spike there, but they seem to have gotten off. We've got 2 blue robots close to the warehouse at the same time. We've got 1 red robot. Looks like they're a little stalled out trying to get to the Alliance hub, trying to get that lift working. They're going to go ahead and focus on the ducks instead. Red continuing to work on the shared hub, but blue is quick to answer. Gosh.
Oh, wow, this match is still really close.
What a match.
Oh, wow.
Goodness.
Seriously, it's close. And they're still battling it out over the shared hub. I think it looks almost balanced now. Maybe just slightly on the red side.
Yeah, looks like it's tilted in red slightly. We shall see. Uh-oh, wiffle ball made it out of the blue warehouse.
Oh yeah, we'll have to see if the refs call a minor on that, because it does look like that Blue Alliance actually were possessing an element there. And another wiffle ball exiting the warehouse.
The funny thing is right now, I think that
so ready for that cap. Can they get it?
They can get a double cap actually.
Oh, they're going for it. Will it be the first double cap?
Second, I believe.
And they get it! Oh, but it fell off. Oh, so close.
And again, that shared hub is so close. It's so hard to tell.
This is so close right now, actually.
And the shared hub maybe be on blue side right now. It's so hard to tell.
I think makes this a 4-point lead for blue. No, 4-point lead for red, I mean.
It's so hard to tell.
Match. Referees are calculating. Those numbers are going to continue to change. But that has just been very even back and forth. Blue definitely got it on the Alliance hub, but the red hub looks like it's still balanced, and that's not something to forget. Is if that red hub is balanced, that's an extra 10 points right there.
Yep, and we see points being added to both alliances here. But the Red Alliance, we're able to get a balance and a cap, which is definitely going to help them out.
Yeah, and what I appreciate is that I'm not even sure the drivers and the team know how close they are in ranking, because they're just focused on the next match. They're focused on the robot. I don't think they're checking the rankings as much as we are, because we've got these screens in front of us.
Right, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, something that I think is good to have at competition is, like one of the people who's not on the drive team can be like checking out the rankings and, analyzing the other matches that are being played. It's all part of that like sort of scouting. I think that's a really important and a really fun part of, FTC competitions.
Well, this is a really close match. All of these teams have moved into the top 10, and Red wins by just 2 points.
Wow. So we've got Red taking the win with 143 points, 42 in autonomous, 16 in driver controlled, 85 in end game, no penalties. Blue with a 53-point autonomous, 52-point driver controlled, 66-point end game. So Blue had them in autonomous and driver controlled. Red had them in end game thanks to that double cap. But the deciding factor was those 30-point penalties on the Blue side. So close to getting that win, but 15308 still takes the win in terms of being the number 3 seeded team. 19670 is now the 4th seeded team. What a match to end on.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. All of these matches today have been great, and we saw one score of above 200.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
A double cap here and there. So, as we round out the day with these wonderful scores, we would like to thank you all so much for sticking with us. Thank you for watching these teams and cheering them on. Is there any place that we can read about how ranking point is calculated? Game Manual 1. Check it out on First Inspires. But we would like to let you guys know about some upcoming events. What have teams got to look forward to, Aisha and Cooper?
You have to look forward to a lot. There is a drivers meeting on Thursday, so you guys can check that out. And there are also more events next weekend that you guys can look at.
Yeah, please be sure to tune in. And of course, none of this would be possible without our wonderful program partner, First Chesapeake, for organizing all of this. And we've also got some wonderful, wonderful sponsors who help keep this running, help us continue to do what we love to do, which is robots. So we'd like to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of our sponsors, and we will see you in the next competition.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students
coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
First is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and First definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and First.
Working at First teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with First are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.